good morning, everyone, and we'll bring this Ways and Means meeting to order, and please stand with me and recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everyone. Do we have a motion to approve our agenda?
I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, on to our minutes.
The only thing I'd add, just for the agenda, apologies, the treasurer's report may be a fluid thing, just because the treasurer is currently indisposed, but it's not an action item, so we'll talk about it, but if Darius comes in, he may just kind of fit into the agenda, talking with Chair Drosha. That's how we'd like to proceed with that. The Axon was on the agenda under Technology Services. We did move that to other committee action items because for the prosecutor's office, it was referred from Public Safety. Since the Public Defender's Office reports to Ways and Means, we tacked that together. So when you go to do those as a slate, you'll probably want to pull Axon out just so you can have the discussion at the Ways level. And then the rest of it is pretty self-explanatory. We added a reimbursement under Tech Services. The restructures came in from the consultant and were added to Human Resources, and we have a discussion about hours of operations.
All right, thank you, Ben.
Yep.
All right, any questions for Ben about what he just told you? All right, then, moving back to the minutes. Do we have approval of the minutes? And we do have regular session and closed session before you.
I'll move the minutes.
Support.
Okay, minutes are moved and supported. Any discussion?
Just, do we have to approve them separately, or can we just do them?
Yeah, because we will not discuss the minutes of the closed session.
So there are three sets there, excuse me, there are three sets there. There's the regular meeting, the closed meeting, and then the June 26th budget meeting. So there are three sets of budgets, or three sets of minutes, just to be clear.
Okay. Any discussion, questions, comments? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you very much. We are now to limited public comment. I'll give you 3 minutes to come to the podium and speak. State your name.
Morning, everyone. Amanda Pollard, the probate judge here for Eaton County. It's nice to see everyone. Happy Friday. I wanted to just take another opportunity to thank all of you very much for being at your local township and council meetings to support and talk not only about the 911 millage, but also the juvenile millage. It's been a pleasure and really an honor to go out and talk to your constituents with you in support of this millage. We were just in Vermontville last night. We had a blast, had a lot of really good conversation with the folks. And I just wanted to say, if there are continued questions, which I know there are, we've been working diligently to make sure that those are included in our FAQs. So I would just direct anybody who's watching or anyone who has continued questions to just go online and make sure your questions are being answered. I also will make myself available if there are any questions throughout the meeting or after the meeting. And I just want to say thank you, everyone, again, for your continued support. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we'll have another opportunity towards the end of the meeting. We are now going to skip over the treasurer's report.
Or we could just talk about it.
Okay.
And he can report. So before you, actually, Melissa, do you want to do it, or I could do it? So each year, we have a delinquent tax fund, which has previously been referred to as the 100% tax payment fund, right? Yep. So each year, there's a analysis. So this is what we use to settle up with locals. So for those unfamiliar with the process, there's a settlement that occurs where locals collect property taxes first, and then reaching a point, transfer any unpaid property taxes to the county, and the county makes the locals whole and then follows up on finishing up the collections of those. This fund allows the treasurer's office to settle up with locals without having to issue short-term notes So each year, we just evaluate what's the balance of the delinquent tax fund, what's a responsible amount that can come back to the general fund to support operations or whatever priorities the board has, without depleting it to a point where we would have to borrow again to make the locals whole. So we do an analysis of 3 to 5 year average liability so that we make sure we keep enough in there that the earnings will keep up with inflation so we can continue to have that be self-funded. Before you, this budget, the recommendation is $500,000 broken up in 2 payments of $250,000, first on the 1st of October, and then that's a typo, would be April 1st of 2027, not 2026. We'll get that fixed before the full board. No action needed, it's just a report out. And we do this in concert with the Treasurer's Office administration.
All right, thank you, Ben. Any questions for Ben on this report? All right, good job, Ben.
Thanks.
All right, moving on to item 8. And we are going to separate item A out. That discussion will come after B, C, and D at this point. So we've got 3 action items from Public Works and Health Services. Construction code fee schedule adoption, construction code inspector position restructure, part-time to full-time, and we have the 551 building lease agreement. We can move those as a slate, or we can single those out for discussion. It's up to the board to decide. Pardon?
Let's discuss each one, please.
Okay,
If we're gonna do that, apologies, can we do A first then?
yeah,
That
we
way
can do
the
that, yes.
Prosecutor can be here part of those discussions and then cut loose because he's got other
All
obligations.
right, so we are now addressing 8A. The Public Safety Axon Justice Premier Plus Plan, Prosecutor's Office and Public Defender's Office. Who would like to speak? You can bring your coffee with you, Doug.
The cup in my hand, I'll look like a governor candidate. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Doug Lloyd, I am your Eaton County Prosecutor. To give you a highlight of this, what we have, the framework, and this was discussed yesterday at Public Safety, so for those of you that were there, I apologize for the repeat, but Eaton County has always been on the forefront of moving technology forward. The Eaton County Prosecutor's Office has been paperless since around 2005 using computer programs. In 2013, the sheriff was one of the first counties, if not the first county, to actually move to body cam through Axon, through being the first body cam users throughout the whole state. What that means, though, is that with technology comes the requirement to actually have storage space and to be able to store all of those things. If you think of it now, if you pass a scene where there are police officers, if there are 3 or 4 police officers standing out there, that means there are 3 or 4 body cams going, potentially car cams going as well. And that is all information that must be stored and reviewed. When the Sheriff Department went with Axon, the Prosecutor's Office had the ability to have a mirror of what they had at no charge to us. And the Sheriff's Department was able to store all of those videos. The Sheriff's Department is now moving on to Axon Premier Plus. What that means is that we, in the meantime, have moved from the old ACT program to Carpel. Carpel is, if you remember when y'all gave that approval, 82 of 83 counties are on Carpel. It allows for more transparency and it allows for us to do bigger and better things as far as letting the general public know what we're doing, which is why we've had the ability to Public Safety each month to actually give you numbers of cases that we have and other things that we're doing. But when the sheriff moved to Axon Premier Plus, the issue that occurred is that previously Axon allowed us to just, when the information was at the sheriff, it would flow through to Carpel and would immediately integrate into our system. Our people didn't have to do anything as far as, sitting there on the keyboard. When they moved to Premier Plus, what happened there is that instead of it just going over, we weren't on the same system. So now they sent over their case, their body cams and any physical exhibits, things of that nature, and it sent it to a link. Now my people have to actually take that link, they have to open it up, they then have to manually upload all of the information into Carpel, which, as I look at that duplication of services means that I need the duplication of people in order to do that. Public Defender's Office has the same issue because they, receive all their information from us. And so, once again, they're having to do a duplication of services. So, speaking to IT, speaking to Axon, reviewing all the information, in our next budget, we are actually moving to the Axon Premier Plus. Public Defender's Office will be doing the same. That will allow us to have the immediate integration over. It also means for the prosecutor's office that we're going to be able to, it's going to cost money, but we're going to save money, if that makes sense. Right now, under Carpel, we store everybody's information that's not the sheriff's department. That means MSP, who is running the out county, is on Motorola, and that means we have to store all those terabytes of MSP's body cams when they go out to scenes. Well, Motorola and Axon have an agreement. So when we move to the Premier Plus, that means that MSP is going to be able to just send that over through Axon, and through the Sheriff's Department and IT's agreement, they're going to be able to store all of that information together, which will result, not immediately, but probably about a $10,000 difference in a reduction in Carpel monies because we'll need less storage there. But I still have 3 or 4 months worth of time, and so does the Public Defender's Office, where if we are not on this, then we have to have those additional people in order to do the work of the manual aspect. So understanding that we will be moved, that's part of the budget that we're requesting to move into the Public Defender's Office and myself in October. I came to Public Safety, I come to Ways and Means, I ask you to move this through to the General Board to allow us to begin the process of the Premier Plus today, or in the near future. I won't stick IT with getting it done today, but on a Friday afternoon. But I would request that we do that. That way it solves the problem. There is a cost a little bit for these 4 months. Actually, I don't believe there is a cost for us. It's actually part of the sheriff's. So there really isn't the cost. There will be the cost in the next budget cycle. We will see the savings, though, on the other aspect. But that will allow us the process of having that integration, not having to have more staff, and seeing all that information move quickly. And as I told y'all yesterday, we have over 7,000 open cases. We received over 300 new cases last month, even though we were able to reduce our, the amount of open cases by 15. It's still one of those things where we continuously get cases, in a month. And so anything that I can do to save time and energy is something that, is beneficial to my office. I'll also give you, because we had this discussion, the Premier Plus is going to allow us different efficiency aspects. Right now, if you have a case and 4 officers go out, you're going to have a police report, you might have pictures, and you're going to have body cam. If they're out there on the scene for 2 hours, I have 8 hours of body cam. You can figure that out. Well, that would mean one case could be reviewed maybe in a day, and we also have court that we must attend and other aspects. And we just don't have enough hours in a day. Bringing this Premier Plus allows us to do different things that, let's say it's a gun case, and the whole case is focused on somebody, carrying a concealed weapon without the proper permits. And, the mention is in the police reports, gun, gun, gun. Well, what this would allow us to do is, instead of my attorneys having to sit there for 8 hours, which in some offices, they actually employ 3, 4, 5 investigators or communication specialists who do nothing but sit there all day and watch body cam. This AI would allow us to type in the fact of going, okay, we're looking for a gun. It would search those 8 hours and say, and find us the point that that it's a gun. Obviously, if it came back and said, we don't have a gun showing anywhere in this body cam, my attorneys would then have to do further due diligence because we're not just going to rely on AI. It's a benefit to us that if we can find the gun and see it quickly and say, okay, we can see where it was, then that would help us in determining, do we issue the case? But if it's not there, then we have to make the determination the old school way of, were there witnesses who saw it? You know, did the police officer see it? The individuals who put it there? If nobody can say that there was a gun, then it's my responsibility as the prosecutor to not charge a person. I have those dual roles as prosecutor to make sure I am defending the defendant's rights. So I'm not going to charge a case if I can't prove it. So it's an efficiency aspect. All of that will be beneficial. The sheriff's already moving to it. Public defender has a version, you know, similar to mine. We all move to the same thing. It then also allows us that efficiency of bringing in those other departments like MSP, who is already doing, you know, a majority of the out-county work. Questions?
Before we take questions, I'd like a motion on the floor for purposes of discussion, if anyone would like to do that. Moved,
Support.
supported. All right, thank you very much. Now, questions for Doug. Commissioner Shaver.
I'm not sure if this is for Doug or Ben, in truth, but so we're expecting a $10,000 roughly cost savings eventually after all of this is implemented.
$10,000 cost savings in Carpel, which is the program that I use. And that really, that would, you know, go more to IT in the sense that it's going to allow the reduction in cloud space that is needed for the body cams.
And this is also going to, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you, and I appreciate you being here. This is going to create an efficiency in your department like you don't have now because of the extra tools that are provided now. So you can't quantify this, I understand that, but it's going to provide a better service to the public. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's going to provide a continuation. So it's, you know, one aspect of by being able to see that integration instead of my people having to, you know, duplicate the efforts is going to allow us to hopefully review more cases in a limited amount of time. And then having the additional tools that these are adding, it's like everything else, right? It's like Google. You can't go on Google now without AI helping you. So it's going to add, you know, that aspect, but it still doesn't take away the rudimentary aspect that I have, you know, that my people will review cases, you know, and make the determination because AI won't be able to help me in court. You know, it'll only be my attorneys who can do that.
Understand? Yeah. Yeah, it'll help you sort through the cases on the front end of it
Yes.
a little bit better is all I was.
Yes, you are absolutely right there,
And
Commissioner.
so that's gonna potentially provide a better service to the Eaton County residents, because cases might be seen a little bit sooner. You only can do what you can do in your
True,
office.
you're absolutely right.
Any other questions for Doug? All right, before we go to vote, I'd like to ask, is Matt here from Public Defenders? If Matt would like to speak to this, please. And I don't want to have to separate you two, so if you have diverging
No.
views. All right,
No, not at all, right?
No, no.
He went through the metal detector, so we're good.
okay, all right, thank you.
Did you?
No.
No.
Yeah, so I listened to what Doug had to say, and I totally agree with using this as a functionality tool for not just my office individually or his individually, but from a collaboration perspective. We share a ton of discovery back and forth, and sometimes our discovery coordinator reaches out to the people in his office to say, hey, do you have this, or we didn't get this video, or this video is not working properly, right, which creates additional work back and forth. Now, what we'll be able to do is we'll have access to the same things, the same system, where we can click and bring it down. I also have Steve Milks is here too. If anybody has questions about the functionality and how it works in practice, he came here from Ingham, and it's a system that Ingham uses. I have never used it before, so I wanted to make sure that Steve is here so he can help answer any questions from a functionality and office use perspective. From the AI side of it, AI is here to be used in our opinion, right? And it does provide us a tool to cut down on some additional work. What we say to the people in our office, right, is AI is a great starting point, it's not the end point. So if we have the ability to search videos and we have the ability to review certain things or review transcripts, that will help us get us started on some of the issues that we have. We use our investigators essentially as discovery distillers. We have discovery trackers on all of our cases where they review all the body cams and they review the reports. And then they provide for us, you know, discrepancies or consistencies in reports that are easy for us to click on and get to. So for them, this is going to be a massive tool to allow them to continue to work on cases and also the ability to analyze cases from their perspective. And when we meet with our investigators on cases, they can just search where they need to search in Axon, get to where we need to get to, and we can all watch it. So I think from a perspective of sharing of discovery, which is the single most important function in a criminal case, all the way down to utilizing that discovery, this is going to help significantly our departments as well as the sheriff's department. So I know it's an expensive tool, but in the long run, it's going to create efficiencies that frankly, there's not enough time in the day for 10 people to create. So I'm going to ask that you allow and adopt this as part of the budget in October. We do have a fee if we were to start it now, but MIDC has already approved the use of Axon should this be approved by the board if it's referred up to them from Waze. So we're prepared to roll that out too. If anybody has questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them, but I can also have Steve come up if you guys have questions on the functionality and what it's like actually to be used in practice with the prosecutor's office and law enforcement departments. He can definitely come up and answer those questions if people think that would be helpful.
Commissioner Wright.
You just said something, I am fully supportive of using AI for everything that is reasonable. And so I'm happy that you've taken the initiative to ask MIDC to share in some of these costs. Is that what I'm hearing?
Unfortunately, we can't share in the cost, but it's not going to cost the county any additional money for our office to be included in it because
Oh, okay.
MIDC has approved the cost expenditures for Axon for our office.
Okay, so it doesn't change the contract that we're doing with MIDC to cover your
It does not.
expenses
It was
that you
approved
sent.
in our last budget
Okay,
request, yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? At yesterday's public safety meeting, we had an extensive discussion about the ethics and the legality of this type of material, this technology. And we were reassured that this was simply the starting point for the investigation. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, Matt never gets a case until it actually leaves my office. I mean, I've said that to y'all a million times. The courts, the defenders, no one gets the case until I make the determination that, you know, I am going to charge an individual. So it's the starting point for me, because think about it, 25 to 30% of all cases that I receive, I deny. So Matt or the court never see them to begin with. So yes, those are important starting points. And when you think about, as the commissioner asked, an efficiency, that allows me a better opportunity. Just as Matt talked about with his investigators, I don't have that luxury. So it's my attorneys who are actually doing the work as they review cases for the determination. But if we use that example of the gun case, the starting point is to, hey, can I see a gun in a video? And then be able to go and look, you know, and look and see if you can see a gun in a video.
Thank you. And then the other topic that came up yesterday was, does this conform to our AI policy at Eaton County?
Yes, Controller Dawson made that comment yesterday that the new policy that y'all created, it does conform to it. I know that IT and the Controller's office focused on that along with the Sheriff's Department when they initially discussed it.
Keep the human in the loop.
And that truly, if you think about it, when we talk about a starting point, there is more than just body cams to a criminal case. There's a police report. You know, my attorneys must review the police reports. They must look at the pictures. You know, these are just tools to hopefully take a 3-hour review of a case and maybe make it 2 hours.
And then cyber cases where there's copious amounts of things that get downloaded off of cell phones and stuff too. So
Sure, that was an example Chris Anderson gave that, cell phones are our thing, right? Everybody's got one sitting on the desk there. But a Cellbrite download from a phone, Chris has one in a murder case right now where it was a 275 gigabyte download of a cell phone. We don't have a computer big enough in our office to physically take that report of that download and review it. We'll be able to stick this in Axon's cloud, and Axon will have the ability to open that up for us reviewing. And once again, if you want us to do our job, we have to review the material that has been provided to us. And while having the actual physical item of a cell phone's great, it's worthless to me if I don't see what's inside it. So that's another ability there that we're going to actually have.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for either gentleman? All right, seeing none, what's your pleasure? We have a motion and a support, yep. So we're going to vote.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
thank you.
All right, moving on now to item B, Public Works, Health and Services, Construction Code Fee Schedule Adoption. Do we have anyone here to address this?
Yes, Chris is here.
There's
and
Chris.
We can run through it too. We had a lot of discussion about this. Our fee schedule evaluation came back for construction code. The soil erosion remained at Public Works and Human Services, but the one for construction code moved forward based on the recommendation inside the analysis that our vendor had put together for us and analysis performed preliminarily by the department. You have a proposed construction fee schedule change. Would go in effect when?
August 1st?
There you go, if you want to.
Yeah, and this is, we put this together, my staff and I. These are the immediate issues. I shouldn't say issues, the immediate ones I wanted to bring attention to and look at and lower cost. In the process over the next couple of weeks, my staff and I are gonna go through all of the trade permits and look at all the fees on those, and see if we can need to do or can do any reduction in those. So these were the ones that I felt were way out of line, I guess is the best way to put it. So I wanted to get the immediate attention on these things here. Do you guys have any questions?
Commissioner Haskell.
Yeah, I saw under the deck portions moving from a square foot to just a flat fee.
Yes.
And then the difference has 2 asterisks and then $350 plus.
Yeah, so by doing that on the decks, you get, the cost savings to the customer is gonna be $350. Basically, the decks, it's tough, it's, by doing the square footage, like if you put a 4x10 addition on your deck,
Yeah.
your permit could be $350. And that just seems way out of line.
I agree.
So that's why I went to the flat fee. The flat fee will end up being $200. And I just felt, there's 2 reasons there. Lower the cost to the customer and simplify the permit process. And I'm going to be looking at that at other things, maybe even new homes. I need to sit down and go through all the numbers because obviously we still need to stay in business.
Right. So I'm sorry, you said you were moving it to a flat fee of what? Because on here I see $25. Did you just say 200?
So it's got the base fee, the review fee, and then the 25, so total would be
Okay.
25.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. Yeah, I wanted to call that out because as you scroll down and look through this, like residential plan review, current $100, proposed $50, difference 50. And then when you come down and see the difference on the deck portion and it's got 350 plus, an initial, it almost looks like we're increasing at $350. And I just want to make sure that if,
No, we're actually
Anyone's-
cheaping it at $350.
okay.
I agree. I bet if we put negatives and put those in red, it would probably help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feedback for,
Because that initially was going to be my my question is like, okay, we're saving money, and then all of a sudden we're making decks
More
expensive somehow?
expensive?
And I don't see how this
Not the
goes.
lost
but-
revenue on decks, and that's not what we're, no.
Yeah.
I've got a red pen, Chris, if you want to add. Okay, Commissioner Shaver.
Yeah, I appreciate these changes. I think it provides a better service to everybody that uses these services for the county. My concern, I guess, a little bit is with the effective date, because it seems like these are pointed towards summer projects quite a bit. And then if we're saying everybody that did their summer project before August 1st is going to pay the inflated rate, is there a possibility of going retroactive from July 1st? Do we know how many permits would fall between the 1st and the 10th?
A lot. Yeah, so we don't have that analysis today, so if so we would have to put that together, but staff would have to go through, figure out everybody that was potentially impacted by the permit rate, and then go through and issue refunds back to them, so it'd be a lot, but it's something you all can consider. Our recommendation is August 1st, because there's still a lot of projects going on. And the rate was just the prior rate, prior to the analysis, so I understand, but, yeah, that's something that you all can consider to do. It would just be a revenue impact on the department's current plus the staff time to implement it. And then at some point, you're never gonna please any, right, because we'll make the cutoff in March, and some guy did his deck in February because he's a brave soul, and he's gonna be upset that, he's still, you know what
No,
I mean? So it's really, you gotta pick just. what
I
makes
understand, but to that point, I mean, most people build decks, between April, very few in April, they kind of ramp up. You build stuff when people are thinking about using it.
Yeah.
Put in pools when people are thinking about using it. I think it's going to be viewed a little bit as a slap in the face to the ones that have
Well, and
done it earlier.
part of the problem, I should say problem, I mean, we were waiting for the fee study before we did anything. And we got the fee study in late June. So I couldn't really I didn't feel right about making any changes financially without having the fee study to present to all of you. So that's why we are where we are. And I picked August 1st because I need time to go into BSNA and redo all of these.
I understand that. I just, representing voters, representing taxpayers, I think it's viewed in a different way than it would be viewed maybe from the department here. I think I would make a motion to approve this, but move the effective date to June 1st.
The other thing you could do, like with that as well, I don't know if that's enough time for us to estimate the cost it would be to run that between now and Wednesday. Just asking.
Yeah, I know what you're asking. Yeah, that's a lot of work.
No.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a support? Okay, moved and supported. Now we can discuss that. By moving it retroactive to, you said June 1st?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Shaver, are you expecting any kind of refund or rebate for those that have already gotten their permits?
If they would be in these categories, I don't know, it didn't sound like we had a number of permits I know that permits are high overall during the summer months, but this doesn't affect every single permit that would have been applied for. So I don't think it's insurmountable. I understand it's some work. But a part of changing these fees is an admission that we didn't use maybe the best process when these fees were established. Now we have a better process, and so there's got to be some ownership to that.
All right. Commissioner Wright.
Okay. Taking into consideration what Commissioner Shaver's saying, I would think that if we go ahead and make these changes, I would make it active September 1st. so that we put it out to the public, and then if they have jobs, they can decide whether they want to wait till September 1st with the new rates, or they want to continue on with their projects. And then it is given to the public so that we can't go backward and we have to go forward. And you have to draw a line sometimes to go forward.
All right. Commissioner Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris, is there a chance that we might be changing other fees based on the study that you?
Yes, in the trades and stuff. I just haven't had an opportunity to sit down and go through. That's what we're gonna do and bring to Public Works in August.
Yeah, I guess I hear what Commissioner Shaver is saying, and I think if I were in that bucket, I'd be disappointed as well. But my other concern is if we're going to have multiple Ways and Means meetings between now and whenever we're done changing these fee structures, that we're going to be constantly coming back to this June 1st date over and over and over again to make it level. I'd prefer to kind of, just stick with what the plan looks like today and kind of move forward and, draw the line as we come across it.
And I personally would be okay if you guys wanted to set these new fees in October 1st for a fiscal year thing. That's completely up to you guys. That way it's even through the summer and we start fresh on the new fiscal year. It doesn't matter to me, I guess, from my viewpoint.
All right.
I'm hoping that when we come back in August to Public Works after we've gone through all the rest of our fees and any changes we want to make, that at that point, we're done.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns?
I'll just say two things. I hope it's done by August, but
Yeah.
realistically, if we need to do it in September, because I'd rather have the data for you so that you're comfortable with the decision you make and that it's a lasting one, similar to the concerns brought up. So we're aiming for August, but my intention would be whatever the fee schedule is, we try to do a projection out so you can see what that looks like for fund balance for the department. Add in the vehicle purchases and the BS&A transition so you can see after those expenditures come out to help inform your decision. Part of that, we can add in what these fees would look like back to June 1st. So to your point, Commissioner Haskell, if we just change the rate to what it is now, we can still have the discussion about back to a June 1st on a quantified basis. It's just gonna take us some time to put it together. At least we get the new fees in place, and then we can add that to the analysis we bring either in August or September when we have everything put together.
Hey, Commissioner Shaver.
Motion stands.
Motion stands, okay. Any other discussion? All right, we'll take a vote on it. All those in favor say aye. Any opposition?
No.
Okay, let's have a roll call vote then.
Commissioner Shaver.
Yes.
Commissioner Haskell.
No.
Commissioner Pearlwright.
No.
Commissioner Mudry.
No.
Commissioner Holmes. Commissioner Barber.
Yes.
Commissioner DeRosa.
No.
The noes have it.
All right, so this item is still on the floor.
I'll make a motion to move it with the August 1st date.
August 1st?
Yep.
Okay, with no consideration for people that have already put their permits in. Okay, I just want to clarify that. Okay. Do we have support? Support. Okay, moved and supported. Now time for discussion. Questions, comments? Commissioner Holmes?
At a future time, when we get the thing, can it be retroactive at any point, like was suggested? In the future, we can look at the dates and see when Ben talks about looking at the numbers of how it affects their fiscal in their office, so we can still have a look at that. Even though we're aiming for August, we can look at retroactive. I understand that.
Yep. I'll make sure part of our analysis includes that effect back to 6/1, so you can still revisit it at that time, but you'll just know the impact on the finances of the department.
Yeah.
I appreciate the efforts that Chris has put in, but I'm inclined to hold off on any changes until the entire package can be consolidated and changed, so. And I don't have a problem with the retroactive aspect of it. However, be aware that that would include every permit that's requested at that time that this new schedule is implemented. So it's not that it's impossible, but it would be a lot of work. So, Commissioner Haskell.
Well, if it is good with the committee here, I'd be fine to table the discussion until we have the full picture, all of the proposed changes outside of this and the financial discussion along with it. Would we say maybe our August Ways and Means?
Yeah, I think if there's no reduction in fees August 1st, then we will just have to burn midnight oil to try to have it ready by August Ways and Means, to be honest. Doing this portion now would allow us more time to put that other piece together. But if we want to hold it all until it's all ready, then we will make it August.
Okay. Commissioner Wright, you had your hand up.
So if we do that for the August meeting, would it be effective September 1st? Or like Chris said, it could just go with the new budget of October 1st? I don't get what the rush is. We have a report. It's going to take time for analysis from all places that we require permits. I'm not understanding why this is a look back versus just make a decision and go forward on a certain date. And let the public know that as of a certain date, this is going to be the changes that the county is going to implement. I mean, I just don't understand, because, you know, nobody at my grocery store ever tells me the bag of Doritos is going up or down.
I'll just say, and I think we will continue to have these discussions. Construction code revenue is statutory, and it's a little bit different than other forms of revenue in that you just have to try to align your expenses and your revenues as close as you can. And so that was part of the analysis that we had, was kind of the target fund balance for us would be 6 to 8 months of operating revenues. We have those capital expenditures coming in, but an acknowledgement, once those go out, will still be above what our target fund balance is. So that's part of administration's recommendation for reducing the fees right away, is we know that we've got our target fund balance met, and then it's just evaluating, are there other fees? So that was part of the focus for moving forward with this portion. Now, realistically, if we end up backdating it, the customers that pull permits from August 1st, say to September 1st, if that ends up being the new implementation date, those will just be customers that we'll have to issue additional refunds on, as well as tracking it. I don't see the fees before you today changing after the analysis. If anything changes, it would just be more fees, or either flat rated instead of by square foot. So those would be the changes you would see. But these will be probably core changes that won't be modified.
Okay, so am I understanding this, that there's another component to try to getting fees in line was something that you're trying to go with that is in law? So by doing what Commissioner Haskell said, is to have things in line for the Ways and Means for August, then we actually could implement it by vote September 1st.
Yes.
Started out. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand here how we're, because to me, the October 1st, but now you explained why we wouldn't want to wait on everything until October 1st, so we could go back to the September 1st that I first mentioned.
Yeah, and if we had gotten this report 2 months earlier, I would have made the recommendation 2 months earlier. So we now have a basis for amending the fee schedule because that work has been
Okay, I
completed.
understand.
And to Commissioner Shaver's point, if the fund balance supports going back a duration of time, I think that deserves thoughtful consideration. So my initial piece about just not tying it to this today isn't that I don't think it should be considered. It's just consider it as part of the quantitative piece. But I do think we know enough today to immediately move forward with these fees, which is why I told the department, have them ready to go this month, because, yeah.
Commissioner Barber.
Thank you, Chair. Since you brought it up, what's the fund balance of this department currently?
I think it was 18 months, not counting the capital expenditures that come out.
Dollar. What's the dollar amount of their fund balance currently?
Let me pull it up. Unless, Melissa, you, off the top of your head.
The fund balance as of 9/30 of 2025 was just under $1.6 million.
They have a fund balance of $1 million, over $1 million.
1.6 almost.
Yeah, so I think they got a healthy fund balance to, does it cost $1 million to run your department for a single year?
I think my budget, my normal budget's right around 900,000, so just over.
Yeah, yeah, so. Don't worry about, yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Shaver.
I just want to note that it was mentioned in the meeting on Wednesday that one of the reasons why this specific set of fees was being dealt with this summer was because they were projects that people were doing this summer. And I understand we call them a fee, and I understand that it's mandatory that, you know, that these are provided by someone in the government, right, inspections. However, it's another tax on people, and they've already told us multiple times they're at their limit. And I think every time we signal that we're not interested in creating that relief as soon as we possibly can, that's a negative reflection on the county. And so I'm disappointed that we established this fee schedule, and then I'm happy we're going back on it because I thought it was too high then. I didn't get to vote on it. But I hope we can go farther, faster in creating relief for people that are building things. The other thing that we don't want people to do is to build things without permits and them to be unsafe. The whole spirit behind the laws that they're inspecting is to provide safety for people in Eaton County. And we don't want to price people out of that safety with pools or homes or roofs or any of that. And that's not a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. That's a common sense thing. And so I know that this department doesn't serve all of our municipalities or all of our townships, but it does my entire district. And I'm disappointed that the projects that they're going to do this summer are going to be, charged an inflated fee compared to what we already know that it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaver. Anyone else? My concern with the retroactive fees is at what point do we draw the firm line and say this point but no further back? That's my real concern with offering that. I mean, we know that this fee schedule is going to change. We're pushing this forward a little bit early. It's not an absolute that we do it, but I just have a problem with saying to somebody, well, I can refund yours, but the guy that was the day before, no, I can't refund his. And if it's the same builder, he's going to shake his head and wonder why not. So Commissioner Haskell, can you reiterate your motion?
If I get my mic to turn on. I think the motion that I have on the floor that is second is to approve these fees starting August 1. But I also did mention without a second that I'm willing to table the discussion until the August Ways and Means when we have a more holistic picture of what the fees would be. And I think, and going back to my initial point, I think I'd like to include what other potential fee changes there might be on top of that. But that's, I think, a greater discussion for the group here if they would like to kind of wait to see it next month or just handle it now.
All right. Does everybody understand that? So that would be without any retroactive refund offer at all.
Sorry.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. All right, Chris, any final thoughts?
No, I apologize for the confusion earlier, with the fees. I personally would like to see us have all the fee changes put together and do it all in one shot. That's just my personal opinion. As far as the retro, refunding, yeah, what you spoke of is definitely my concern, because we do a lot with the same builders, and they are gonna ask the question, and my permit specialist, my staff is gonna have to answer. And I don't, what do you want me to say? That's what the Board of Commissioners decided, was it's this date and nothing else? I don't, so that's my big concern, is because my staff, if you guys say we're gonna refund back to June 1st, my staff's gonna have to deal with the repercussions of that, of everybody from May and April and March and.
I'll just make an administrative comment. So regardless where we land, I've added doing an analysis of the cost back. And to be honest, depending on the fund balance, it may be earlier than June 1st. So I'm fully going to look at that. I'm also going to talk with our council about what refund processes look at, because I do think we have to just analyze, is there a risk capacity with that, so that we're managing, if we did do that, what it looks like.
We do refunds now, Ben.
I think, like, if we did all of
Yeah.
it, just making sure, I want an attorney to look at it to make
Yep.
sure that we have an answer that's not just the board did it.
Right.
The answer has to be more
I
than
don't want to
that.
give that answer, so.
Yeah, we'll get you a better answer no matter what the decision is. So I'm honestly good with whatever the pleasure of the board is. So, and anybody who pulls a permit from August 1st to September 1st, they'll get caught into whatever is the final decision that's made, so.
And Chris, when do you anticipate your entire revised fee schedule to be available?
I anticipate bringing it to Public Works in August.
August, okay, so that would work right into Commissioner Haskell's motion then.
Yep.
All right, any other discussion? I know this isn't gonna be an easy one for some of us, but seeing none, all those in favor of Commissioner Haskell's motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition?
Opposition.
Okay, so we have 2 no votes. Okay, it is passed. So we will move this forward to August 1st meeting, or the August meeting. All righty, thank you, Chris. Now, before you leave, construction code inspector position restructure that you addressed yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm trying, right now I have a part-time plumbing inspector that works 2 days a week, who's a contract inspector, and then I have a part-time mechanical inspector that works 2 days a week. My mechanical inspector has let me know that he is going to retire. I have a couple of people that are dual licensed, so they're mechanical and plumbing. So I'm asking for a full-time position for a plumbing / mechanical inspector. Because if I can get one of these 2 gentlemen to come to work for me, it would cover both positions, and I would be able to carry that person 5 days a week full-time, because they'd be doing both. Right now, if it's just a plumbing or just a mechanical, I just don't have enough inspections and permits to have those 2 positions full-time. Does that make sense?
Any questions?
We restructure to include 1 staff full-time person for mechanical and a plumbing inspector.
We have support? All right, thank you. Commissioner Holmes.
I was wondering, Chris, the 2 part-time, is that equal to a full-time, or is there less than full-time between those 2? Or does it depend on
Less.
how many inspections are
Yeah,
required?
it's less between those 2. Well, probably in reality, it's enough for a full-time position. If you're saying, putting those 2 positions together, is there enough? Is that what you're
Yeah,
asking me?
Is the 2 part-times half a full and half a full?
Yes.
So
Yes.
are pretty close,
Yeah.
depending on how many inspections are required and
Yeah.
whatever.
Melissa did the math, so she can let you know, because right now, those part-times don't include any fringe benefits, so the cost analysis on that would be,
About $51,000 because of health insurance, as well as retirement, and other fringe benefits that a temporary part-time employee is not eligible for. So it's a pretty substantial increase.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Shaver.
Thank you. Although I think it makes some conventional sense based on the arguments that I've heard, I think it's important to understand some of the changes that are happening. The city of Charlotte leaving the agreement that they have with the county. I think we heard on Wednesday that that was about a 20%, 20-some percent decrease. I know that there have been conversations in other municipalities for what they're going to do because they've been forced to take on their own zoning, and so now it has them looking at other things. I think it's most appropriate to keep it with the 2 part-time positions. I think adding additional costs to that department at this point are only going to increase the calculation for fees on the homeowners and the taxpayers. And when we talk about contractors, I was one for a long time. I was never charged a fee that I didn't pass on ultimately to the homeowner. And so this is really fees that are going to the homeowners, even if they're not the ones that are paying them. And so I would not support this current motion to make these 2 positions into 1.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaver. Any other comments?
I do.
Commissioner Wright.
In today's world, it's going to be continuing to get harder and harder to find certified professional people to work on part-time basis. I'm just saying, that's your labor problems.
Yeah, and I would just like to make a note, I mean, if either one of these gentlemen, if they both say, no, we're good where we're at, I'm gonna have to start looking for a part-time mechanical inspector. There's not very many people out there that are dual licensed. And that is really getting harder and harder to find inspectors. Plumbing inspectors are almost impossible. That's why my plumbing inspector is a contract employee.
Now, in yesterday's discussion, Chris, you mentioned that one of the contractors, whoever it might be, would have to give up his practice.
Plumbing inspectors, they're the only ones out of all of us, but they have to put their plumbing license in escrow with the state of Michigan. They're not allowed to do any plumbing work anywhere out of their, even if it's out of their jurisdiction of inspecting. They can't do any plumbing work as long as they're an inspector.
So that dramatically increases the level of difficulty for you.
Correct. Now, the rest of us can do work outside of the jurisdiction that we inspect in.
So if you have an individual, hypothetically, that's dual licensed, that means he wouldn't be able to do plumbing anymore, but he could do,
Mechanical outside the jurisdiction he inspects in.
on their own time.
Yep. Yeah. That too, Ben.
Just to be stated.
yeah, yeah. Another question, Chris. What's the probability that we could find independent contractors to fill this role for us? Or these 2 roles, I should say.
That's what I have right now for my plumbing inspector. He's an independent contractor. He does several jurisdictions. He works for me Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I just pay him per inspection.
And what's the downside to that?
Scheduling is a lot of it. Just because he might not just be doing Eaton County on Tuesdays and Thursdays. In fact, I know he's not. He does other jurisdictions in the morning and does mine in the afternoon. And if he gets hung up, like yesterday, he was running late, and he had to call a couple of them and reschedule. So that doesn't look good on us, right? In my opinion. It's not his fault. It's just kind of the way it fell yesterday. Now, there are other times where most times it's fine. but there have been days where he's gotten overbooked between us and whoever else he's doing on that day, and he runs late and he doesn't end up having time to do it. So he calls the customer and talks to him and reschedules it, which is great, but I'm gonna assume that some of the customers aren't happy. They were anticipating on getting their inspection done yesterday. So that's my fear.
But that could also occur with our own employees.
No, sir.
No?
Nope. What we schedule, we get done. Because we're here from, 8 to 5. And if we have to leave the office my building inspector, Chris, left the office yesterday at 8:30 because my other building inspector's on vacation. And he got back at 5 minutes to 5. And if he had to, sometimes if that happens, they might not come back till 5:30. But we finish what we have. But he's a contract employee, or I shouldn't even say he's an employee, he's a contract inspector. I pay him per inspection. So it's a tough thing. That's why I would prefer to have an actual employee that comes into the office and sits down at our computers and works through us, gives my permit specialist their schedule every morning, and they're on their merry way.
And you said you had 2 individuals that might be interested.
I have 2 individuals that I've spoken to and said they might be interested. I was waiting for this to go through before I really dug into the bones of it. But both of them said, yeah, I'm willing to hear you out. That's no guarantee, I know that. I mean, they're both employed now, so.
Question for Ben. So in making this, should we agree to do this, will this lock us in the future that we would have to maintain this model?
I mean, no more than any other type of thing. So like, say 3 years from now, if whoever fills this role hits the road or retires or takes a job in Alaska because they can make buku bucks working up there, with per diems, Chris could then come back and just say, I'd like to go back to the contract model. Now that a wage study's been done, we pay better, so I don't think I need the benefits package anymore to attract somebody to come work, right? So it would really just be depending on what we're at that moment, but that's the piece. I would say our trades inspectors, I would likely expect through a wage study would get a bump probably higher than some other positions, just because the demand for certified and licensed electrical, plumbing, mechanical, building has been really competitive of late. So I would imagine we'll see some changes that might make recruiting easier 2 years from now than right now.
I mean, I get emails from the state of Michigan weekly that they're looking for all inspectors.
Eric, we're gonna start filtering those out, right?
I guess in saying all that, if I understand it right, I will still have the option if either one of these gentlemen, if they both decline, I will still have the opportunity to use my 2 part-time positions.
Well, I think we're folding contractual services into an FTE, so I'm looking at Melissa. I think to fold it out of salary back to contractual, we would just come back to the board and have the discussion, or?
No, typically what would happen if it was from an FTE to a contracted model, it would not need to come back to the board. That it's the other way around, that it must go to the board.
So it's contract into an FTE because you have to approve benefit and making the addition to the position allocation list. If he's unable to fill it and he finds that he can contract, we can go back to that, and then what's not being spent in benefits would just be fund balance that would be part of the discussion about what fees look like in the future, if that was the case.
Okay. Commissioner Holmes, you had your hand up? Oh, okay. All right. Any other questions? You didn't know we could read minds, did you, Frank? All right, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of adopting it, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No. Okay, should we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Shaver? No. Commissioner Haskell?
Aye.
Commissioner Polwright?
Yes.
Commissioner Moudry?
Yes.
Commissioner Holmes? Commissioner Barber? No. Commissioner DeRosa?
Yes. All right, the motion is passed. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Now all you gotta do is convince those guys, all right?
Yeah,
Good
I'll
luck.
do.
Good luck.
You have a good day.
Thank you. Before we go to item D, the lease, Chad said still, we're gonna ask our treasurer to come forward and make any comments he feels is necessary to address, was it item 7, delinquent tax revolving fund annual recommendation.
That's right. Good morning, Commissioners. Those in attendance, I'm Darius Raynette, your Eaton County Treasurer. I'm sorry I couldn't be here earlier this morning. We had a circuit court hearing regarding a quiet title issue with the mill, which was found in our favor. So that kind of relieves one of the last small kind of problems or clouds on that title, I guess they call it. The delinquent tax revolving fund. Last year, you may remember that the county adopted a new policy for determining and, if possible, if deemed appropriate, to borrow or transfer an amount from the delinquent tax revolving fund and transfer to the general fund for budgetary purposes. We have the delinquent tax revolving fund, of course, exists so to reimburse the local units of government for property taxes that have become delinquent and make them whole. The advantage to the county is, in the past, we'd had to do some short-term borrowing, and that would lead to interest expense and fees. And just like with your credit cards, the more credit cards you have or your personal finances, the lower your credit rating goes, so it also improves our credit standing as well. So part of the policy is that we have a calculation to determine if there's a sufficient reserve, and that the controller's office and the treasurers have sort of a meeting of the minds to determine if there's an appropriate reserve, and if so, how much could be transferred. And this calculation is shown on the bottom of page 3, I believe. And it's been updated with the last delinquent tax settlement payments from 2025, which is 7.2 million, which changes the 3- and 5-year average to 6.6 and 6 million, and that is multiplied by a factor of 1.7. So that leaves us with a recommended reserve of $11,315,012. The fund balance for the foreclosure for the fund was $12,310,000, which is shown there, leaving an amount to possibly transfer of $995,035. The administration suggested transfer of $500,000, and I concur. I think that's reasonable. I did suggest that we have that in 2 allotments of $250,000 occurring on October 1st, and then later in the following year, and on April 1st, thereabouts, on the following year, to maximize investment returns, and also just to gauge the amount of reserves and what we're doing on the delinquent amount for that year at that point. So, again, I concur with the suggestion of the administration for $500,000 to be transferred out. Do you have any questions? Are there any questions?
Any questions for our treasurer? Commissioner Barber?
Thank you, Chair. Where's that $500,000 going?
I think
Yeah, it goes to the general fund, and it's included in the analysis that we've been presenting to date. The assumption being that that would be part of the multi-year forecast you guys have been seeing with the general fund.
So I'll have an opportunity in which to make a motion to direct it to go to our unfunded liability?
Yeah. I mean, so we've got the fund balance policy. When we get to the budget, you'll see, I think this year, including the 1 million we already have, there's an estimated 1.1 contribution to fund balance, right? So as part of the budget, you could say instead of 1 million, you'd want to do 1.5. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
As long as I have an opportunity in which to direct this funds to pay our unfunded liability off.
This is the $500,000 that's referenced here is also already incorporated in your budget and has been since the beginning of the presentations of our budget. It was just this report codifies what the treasurer's office and our office has talked about, knowing that there has been a jump in the delinquency rates for our taxes. So making sure that we are making a recommendation and articulating it for transparency purposes. So, but it has already been included in all of your budgets.
So we have a motion. Do we have support?
Or,
Okay, moved and supported.
um,
You have a comment, Commissioner Wright?
yep. Hasn't we ongoing been doing about 500,000 like that, transferred from delinquent funds over to general fund for budgeting?
So probably for the last 20 years, we had been doing 500,000. Last year and the year before, we ended up doing 1 million, and that is not sustainable to continue forward for cash flows. So that is why we have reduced it back down to 500,000.
So if we ever get in a situation where we have even extra for whatever reason, we can increase it again, Commissioner Barber.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we have a motion on the floor. And Ben, would you like to clarify that motion?
I don't think that the motion's here. This is really just an update as what's in the budget. If a motion is being made, do you want to make it now or under the budget presentation? Sorry, I was unclear.
My question was.
You'll be able to make it later, so I thought it was a question, not a motion.
My question was, where's this fund go, and will I have an opportunity in which to make a motion? But, I mean,
If you want to
you're
make it
giving me
now,
that opportunity
You got
right
support
now.
Right now, Keith, so.
run with it.
Again?
He's like, yeah, you can do it now.
Okay, well, then I make the motion to take that $500,000 out of the general fund and put it to our unfunded liabilities.
Support. Still supported, all right. Any other discussion? Any questions? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Very good, Commissioner Barber. All right.
I have one last item, just an update. In my previous reports, I mentioned the U.S. Supreme Court case of Pung versus Isabella County. The key issue in that is what the value of the real estate sold in auction would be in a foreclosure sale. And the plaintiff was arguing that they should use fair market value rather than what was determined at the day of the auction sale. I'm happy to report that the U.S. Supreme Court found for the counties in this, saying that the value should be the price that it sold for on the day of the auction rather than fair market value. They did say, though, as long as the sale was fairly conducted, which is fine. And they sent the case back to the appeals court to kind of, to see if they want to take up the issue if the sale was done fairly. So that could potentially leave the door open for a situation where someone on a foreclosure sale says things weren't done properly. I know our auctions are done properly, and that the counties that I know do them as well, as far as I know. I believe they are. So it's not a clean break or a clean summation of that or a fine ending, but it's a possibility there might be other things coming. I don't know if there'll be further legislation or something to prevent that, but overall, it's good news. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. All right, back to item 8D. We have from Public Works, 551 building lease agreement. And Chad will come forward to address that. Good morning, Chad.
Good morning. So yes, before you is a lease agreement for office space at the 551 building with the county dissolving planning and zoning effective June 30 of this year. Several of the townships formed a joint commission that they will take up planning and zoning jointly. They reached out to us for potential to lease office space centrally located to the county. With the vacancy of the MSU extension, there is space available there, and we've came up with this lease agreement, which I believe they're in favor of. They're ready to start and take occupancy effective here next week for their first meeting. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer on that.
Any questions for Chad? Commissioner Holmes?
I was gonna just say, I want to note one thing, we did get feedback to the section on furniture that's not in there yet. Just a request if we could just put in there clearly that there's a table today and the table breaks. We have to replace the table under, we already have old furniture that's over there, so we're okay with them using it, we're just not committing to that part of the county's obligation. That's been communicated as well, so it's pretty good. Back in the day, we probably would have just given them the space and not built them anything. This is how we're doing business now going forward, but a lot of good discussions.
And to be clear, we're not okay with them destroying our property either.
We're not, nope.
Okay, Commissioner Holmes?
Yeah, are you aware how many townships now are in that cooperative?
7.
I was gonna say 6 or 7.
7.
7. So it's something they can handle between them, and
Exactly.
pool the money and resources and whatever.
Exactly, I think that's their goal.
Okay.
I think McKenna, their zoning administrator under contract, is going to be 1 day a week.
Tuesdays.
Tuesdays will be the day that they're available for the public.
Commissioner Shaver?
Yes, and just to clarify, this lease agreement reflects the same terms and square footage price as everything else that we're doing?
Yeah, so we renegotiated with the state for the Health and Human Services building, DHHS. Anyway, yeah, so we use that same square footage, and going forward is when we renegotiate that, we'll just use that as a boilerplate. This is our
Okay.
commercial rate.
I'll move this.
All right, moved and supported. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Wright?
Is, are we redoing all the square feet inside the MSU extension? Because I know we have, our conservation district and things. So everything shared a big long walk-up counter?
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't know if we were putting in new counters.
No, it's all the same footprint and the wall, everything is laid out the same as far as the floor plan goes. They're just renting one office in the corner. They'll share the customer counter and common areas. There's a little break area in there and that was all, agreed.
Who's gonna be the receptionist? Because MSU used to have a person right when you come through the front door that always would ask so they could bring the correct person from MSU up to the counter. So do they have that all figured out amongst themselves?
Yes, I'm not sure how they'll do it internally. I know when that door opens, there's a buzzer on it or a doorbell, so when they know that somebody's walked through the door. And then with Conservation District is there most of the time, they would address whomever comes in, and if it's directed to the Planning Commission or something of that sort, then they would handle that. Rachel actually spoke on it earlier this week. When she's getting, they still get traffic for MSU Extension, so she kind of runs that interference and tells them the situation with that, so.
She joked and said the first thing she asks people when they come in, who are you trying to talk to?
Okay, that's what I was starting to get confused when we were starting to give it to different people, you know what I'm saying? Because
Chad and I talked with Rachel whenever we were approached by the Joint Planning Commission and had a conversation with her about how it would work and would that be an issue for her office and her business as usual day to day. And she was fine with it. We discussed some of the things you're bringing up and how that would work. And she said she was flexible to assist in however she could.
so if they come for planning and zoning questions, somebody there.
They'll
would
just give them
say-
the business card from McKenna, or they'll tell them what their business hours are
Okay.
and send them on their way.
I'm just trying to understand how this is gonna work, because I
Yep.
knew how MSU Extension worked, and it worked nicely.
Yeah, in terms of a dedicated staff that's gonna be there. I don't know that answer.
Okay, no, that's okay. I'm just asking.
And we broke it up since they're not renting the whole suite. They rent their office, and then the communal areas divided out by square footage proportional to the amount of office space they rent. So
Okay.
everybody's paying for that communal space proportional to their use.
And they'll have access to the public meeting room downstairs because that's where they're going to have their planning commission meetings at.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
And they are responsible for security after hours?
There is no security over there at that office. There's an alarm system, correct, Chad? So we'll have them have a code for the security, and they'll be charged with making sure it's armed when they
So-
leave at night.
Typically, so now if the other groups will reserve that space and use it after hours, that comes as part of my team. We put it's on a calendar. So if they're having a meeting at 7 o'clock, we will, at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, it'll rearm the doors. That's all through ours, and that's part of the administrative fee that covers that.
All right, any other questions for Chad? All right, we have a motion and a support. Anything else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you, Chad. You can go back to whatever you were doing before.
I gotta come back up in a few minutes.
Thanks for your patience. All right, on to item 9, Equalization and Property Description Director. Do we have anything from Tim this morning?
Tim did not have any action items this morning.
All right. Moving forward to item 10, Technology Services Director Department Report. Welcome back, Eric.
Good morning, everyone. I'll give you a brief update this morning. Storms that went through the county last Friday, July 3rd, the complex experienced about a 2.5, 3-hour power outage. It was substantial in our community, but shout out to all the utilities companies that were able to get the service restored to the complex here in an efficient manner. But happy to report that all systems are back up for power. Worked flawlessly. The critical network closets that we had or have in place were operational. Chad and his team did a phenomenal job communicating back and forth. They actually provided an assist to me to power one piece of equipment back up so that I didn't have to have staff to come back on site. But happy to report we did not lose anything from power surge because of the investments made to make sure critical infrastructure is on battery backups and surge protection, so on and so forth. So from a technology perspective, we went rather unscathed during that storm event. Part of those storms as well, part of our contractual services with Barry Eaton District Health Department, the internet service for their Hastings location has been compromised to some degree. They've been having intermittent service issues at that facility. So late night conversations with the health coordinator Monday evening, we had a lot of alerts going off from our endpoint monitoring there that their service was going up and down. In communications with the health officer, how they wanted to handle continuity of operations for Tuesday morning. I had communications with engineers at WOW. They couldn't provide a guaranteed restoration time due to the severity of the fiber incident that they had there. Sounds like there was a major fiber trunk that was severed and compromised. They went through operations on Tuesday with intermittent service disruption. Communications would have been Tuesday evening at that point. It was determined that, hey, can we provide some kind of relief or alternative method to provide internet and network services for that. We were able to deploy Wednesday morning a piece of equipment that we have here for our, I guess that would be our 3rd or 4th tier of redundancy for internet service for continuity of operations here. We're able to rapid deploy that to them Wednesday morning. Even as of today at this time, they are still running on that. So it actually worked out mutual benefit for both of us. They were able to get systems restored in a temporary manner. It also provided a proof of concept or really reedified that the solution that we had in place will work, and we have our other off-site locations configured in the same manner. In the event that that happened at, say, our ECU, Sheriff's Department substation, parks, so on and so forth, we have proved that concept that we can restore our secure connectivity back to main campus here with ease now with the investments. So happy to report on that. The GIS team, they've been working on a project of mapping out AED and tourniquet locations throughout the campus here, facilities. A training, first aid training class offered through the youth facility location last month I attended. Really kind of opened my eyes of how do we map or inventory AEDs, and more importantly, who's responsible for maintaining the updates and checking that batteries and the consumables of those things are not expired. So it's proven to be a great exercise. There was some discussion about it at our last executive committee meeting. Staff has went through and inventoried everything, talked with staff. We have a good path going forward now of who's responsible for those. And now we have a good spatial component of where AEDs are located on a floor plan in all of our facilities. So happy to report the team and everybody involved in that has done a fantastic job with that. Still working with BSNA as part of the plan moving forward to move our on-prem BSNA solutions for the Treasurer's Department construction code, moving that to a cloud solution. They basically said that our on-prem stuff, we've talked about this before, will be sunset at some point. The path that we're still trying to work out a viable solution financially to make sure that we still get connectivity or access to our data to provide and still feed our GIS services that are used by our treasurer, used by our drain office, that are used by the county clerk's office. We're still in negotiations of how we effectively get access to that data that once landed here on-prem. So we've went back and forth. They've presented a couple, I'll call paywalls, if you will, of accessing that I do not agree with. So we're going back and forth on what can be, a mutual agreed cost to do so. So stay tuned to that, but we are continuing to work on that. But that concludes my report. Try to keep it brief this morning.
Any questions for Eric on his report? Eric, I have okay, Commissioner Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't related to anything in your report, but with the Axon Premier Plus that we talked about, when I was looking through the services that are included in there, it noted, I think it was called custom and third-party API support. Do we have anyone on the technology staff that works with software to, help develop APIs, or if departments?
No, we don't have anybody that's specialized specifically in the programming of the API.
Yeah.
We're basically kind of the catalyst between our, endpoints and the vendor that's providing, the solution. So to answer your question, no, we don't employ anybody here that's a developer for those APIs.
Okay, just curious. When I saw it, I was like,
Yep.
Eric, a large portion of Eaton County was issued a statement by Consumers Energy that there will be a power outage, a scheduled outage, and I think it's for tomorrow evening.
Oh.
10 o'clock. Are you aware of that?
I am now.
Well, guess what? I don't know if it affects our courthouse campus or not. I know it's a large portion. I've seen it on social media, so. Is there any precautions that we want to take here at the courthouse in case that should happen?
I mean, as far as technology services go, I don't want to jinx us, but the systems that we have in place now hold. As far as facilities, I would let Chad, talk to that, but at IT, we have what we have now.
Okay, so it should not affect the operation of the sheriff's department, the jail, or anything like that?
No, those major facilities, they're all backed up with proper generator power. The courthouse here in the evening, you're going to have, lighting and HVAC issues depending on the extent of that power outage. That would be the only thing. You're going to be running on emergency lights in some facilities, and I'd let Chad talk more about this if you want. But as far as IT goes, everything will hold.
All right, thank you. Chad, do you want to address this at all?
say just stay up there, but.
Yeah, I was planning on.
Yeah, Eric's not-
Eric stole
Eric's
some
not
of my
done yet.
thunder here with about the.
Don't go far.
But yeah, I could comment on that. So, and I'll talk more about the power outage here in a minute, but when they do a controlled shutdown, it's much different than a storm caused shutdown. When we have an emergency shutdown from an accident or tree damage, a lot of times it browns out. Instead of a full blackout, it surges back and forth until they get it determined. I was talking with actually somebody from Consumers, the transformer that went down here on Packard actually calls for more energy when that line was severed, because it thought that the downstream it was calling for more power, so it was producing more power. So until they get that shut off, it's going to surge, and that's what wreaks havoc on all of our equipment. Is that power surge and on off for a short period of time until the generators kick in, and it's usually just a second. It doesn't necessarily affect the generated buildings as much as it does the non-generated buildings where we have backup power, because that switches over almost immediately. There's really no disruption in service, but it's the other areas that we find that but when they do a controlled shutdown, it's much better on our equipment.
All right, okay, thank you. All right, Eric, back to you, unless anybody has a question for Chad. Chad's got flashlights.
We got flashlights, yeah.
All right, Eric, now on to item 10B.
So this item is, I think I spoke on this last month, working on this was part of our budget for this current fiscal year of redoing I think it's 32 to 33 policies that are related to IT operations and IT security. Working through one of the CAP grants through MMRMA to apply for essentially a max of 50% up to $15,000 to put towards that initiative. I've worked with a couple of vendors now of coming up with some solutions for policy. I've landed on a vendor that we want to move forward with this engagement. So basically asking the opportunity to move forward with applying for a $15,000 match grant through MMRMA for this initiative.
I'll move it.
Support.
Supported, any discussion? Commissioner Barber.
What's admin fee?
Yeah, this is like the MMRMA grant we got with the security jail scanner. We're not asking for admin because it's just going to offset what's already a budgeted expense for the department. So it would just be the general fund savings from not having to dip into what's already there.
Additionally, I would say this technically isn't a grant in the traditional sense. It is a reimbursement. So it is an insurance. MMRMA calls it a grant, however, it is a reimbursement from our insurance agency.
I just want to see the expenses of what they paid for. And they're doing it because the stronger our IT policies, the less likely we are to have an incident where they have to pay out because of a cyber attacker. So their vested interest in us is being strong and resistant to that type of thing.
Commissioner Shaver.
So my understanding, this is going to net a $15,000 general fund savings, in the end of it. Is that what you're describing?
Yeah, I believe, is it computer fund savings? So it's general fund, but it's allocated to the computer fund.
Yeah. Thank you.
Questions? All right, moved and supported. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All righty, thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, moving now to Facilities Management Director. It's Chad again.
Good morning again. I'll expand a little bit on what Eric was talking about with the power outage. Obviously, that affects the facilities team, IT, and emergency management. We lost power on Friday the 3rd, shortly after 5 p.m., quarter after or so. And I think within 5 minutes, I was already talking with Eric and Kelly And then shortly after that, we were on a text message chain with Ben. So kind of the behind the scenes look at how things happen. Generally, before a holiday weekend, I'll have a quick meeting with my team and just see, who's going to be around. Do they want to be contacted? If they're going to, we had one of our maintenance that was in the UP, so obviously I'm not going to call him. But generally, we have a quick meeting, who's available, who's not, and then we go from there, hoping that we don't have a call. Obviously, we did, and I just want a big shout out to them. I think in a leadership role, the biggest compliment for an organization is when your crew or team buys in and takes ownership of their roles. I've said that since I became, when I started in leadership. When your team takes ownership and it really makes your job easier, and it makes it just shows their commitment to their positions and their jobs. Generally, when something like this happens, it's not long and they're calling me, hey, what do you need? What do we need to do? I don't have to search around and call and hope that I'm gonna get somebody, whether that's a storm like we had the other day in the wintertime when there's, a winter storm, they're ready to go all the time. And I just wanted to share that with you. The type of crew that we have is phenomenal. Yeah, they get a little bit of overtime when they come in, but that's not what they're looking for. They're members of the community and they're looking to help out. We were pretty fortunate. A lot of the surrounding areas were out of power much longer than the 3 hours that we were. So, and we find, like I was talking about earlier, that we find some failures. Usually could be days or even weeks after something will pop up and it'll rear its ugly head that it was shorted out because of the storm. So we continue to find that stuff, but overall it wasn't too bad. Moving on, we're working, as I mentioned before, on the design process for the elevators. And I met with them earlier this week. And the next 3 to 4 weeks, we'll have a page turn, is what they call it, when they've completed all their field work, they have their preliminary drawings done. We sit down and go through each page to make sure we're all in agreement. And then once that's finalized, it'll go out for bid. And then we'll get into the procurement process with a contractor and elevator components, and there'll be obviously more to come on that. Similarly, the Crandall Park update design, we're doing that on next Monday. So we meet with the design firm. They've got a preliminary sketch, and then we'll go through that with them. I know that's not relevant to Ways and Means, but I just wanted to give that update. And then finally, the security grant project, and Logan will probably talk more about that during his time, but just working with him to meet the requirements. We still haven't received the funding. There's some more requirements that they're asking of us, but we're getting ready to go on that. So I've been working closely with the controller's office from that standpoint. So if there are any questions, I'll be glad to take them. But that's all I have for my report today.
Apparently you gave a thorough report.
Just one that we have through the CIP that was adopted, the plan for doing a generator backup for the courthouse next year in an estimated 1.2 million, but that would be a whole bidding process that would be part of next year's budget. But just wanted to mention that because right now, power outages during business hours can be expensive if we have to send employees home. So if we're able to get a backup on this facility, it would do a lot for just mitigating that risk. And not to mention the headache that happens if there's like a jury trial, and we have to shut that off. That is a ton of coordination work for the courts. So generally, that's a gap in our responsiveness. So we look to close that next year.
And for whatever reason, at the time that this building was constructed, they didn't deem it necessary to have it full generator backup, which to me seems a little silly, but now we're trying to retrofit that. As Eric was mentioning earlier, we have partial backup, so emergency lighting, some of our critical doors are on that, but it's minimal compared to what we have at, say, the jail or at 911 when they're fully backed up. When power, they don't even notice a blip in the power if we lose it. So hoping to get to that point with here at the courthouse here in the near future.
Okay, Commissioner Wright.
So, Ben, when you just said that, are we going to be looking for that in our new budget, the 1.2 for that?
It's actually under the CIP for the bond funds that we have, so it's part of our plan to expend the tranche of money that we got for improvements at the county.
Okay.
Yep, so that's not out of the general fund.
That's what I was
Yeah,
wondering.
but the cost for the bond is integrated in that long-term forecast, so that's already built into the projections you all have.
Okay, thank you.
I really think I'm gonna regret bringing this up, but I have to. We have solar panels here at the courthouse, but we have no way to store excess energy that's generated by the solar panels. Would it be feasible to consider battery storage versus backup generators?
And that's all gonna be part of this assessment that I'll do. And I'll definitely have more to report on that, but yeah, it would be great. I think it would be a pretty substantial size building or room that we would have to have for, and I don't know the longevity of how long, that would last. But in the event of a power outage, if it's out for a few hours, probably. If it's out for a few days, I don't know. And then do we move to a backup generator after that, after the batteries are depleted? I mean, that's all stuff that we'll analyze.
All right, thank you.
I would add to, that was part of our efforts last year, trying to get appropriations was for a battery that tied into our existing solar system. So we did do a little bit of groundwork on figuring out what that would cost.
All right, any other questions, comments? All right, thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
On to our MDHHS lease renewal.
So I can.
Yeah, we already covered that, right?
We did, and in fact, we talked about it, but we just didn't pass a formal resolution. So we got to the point of like signing with the state and they're like, anyway, so we just didn't have a formal resolution. So this is codifying our per square footage rate going from $7.13 a square foot up to $17.85. It's about $198,000 difference that this contract represents, and it's the new standard square footage rate that we use with all of our commercial space.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. Anything else, Chad?
I have a question.
Mr. Shaver?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The public improvement fund here, I must have missed it, I didn't think I did. The $5,472 that's left remaining in the balance from what we were forced to do for the Sheriff's Department storage building, how do we move that back into the general fund? Is that something you need a motion for?
You can, so otherwise it would just stay in the capital improvement fund and can either be used for other projects or you can transfer it back to the general fund. Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong.
Make a motion to transfer that $5,472 in the remaining balance from the sheriff's storage building overhead door extension back to the general fund.
Can I interrupt for just a moment? That did actually get moved from fund balance carryover originally, so that was budgetary savings from prior years.
So you want me to move it back to the fund balance?
If we want to leave it in that fund, we can leave it exactly as it is and do nothing. Or if you want to reallocate it from the capital improvement fund back to the general fund, then your motion would stand.
Motion stands, thank you.
Motion, do we have a support? Okay, moved and supported. Do we need discussion on this? I think Melissa explained it well. Commissioner Haskell?
So we're saying this, I mean, it's only $5,000, so I don't think it warrants a ton of conversation. But, so we're taking money from Chad's ability to spend $5,400 and we're just putting it into the general fund? That's what this is? Is there a reason why it needs to be not in the capital fund?
So generally, like, let's maybe go on a path, and Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong. If this money stayed there, at the beginning of each fiscal year, Chad looks at identified projects of what he needs, and then if he says, for capital improvements this year, I'll need, let's say, $800,000, and the capital improvement fund only has $500,000, then he would come with a request for $300,000. A lot of that has not been present this budget because we have the improvement bonds that we've been relying on to pay for like a lot of the bigger assets. But some of the smaller like bathroom remodels, like flooring that had to get done over in 911. Anyway, not focused on the revenue, like what's paying for those. If he had that 5,000, he would just be asking for 5,000 less at that time. It would still continue to earn interest and grow under the tutelage of the treasurer's office. It's just remains allocated to improvements as opposed to coming back to just the general fund where it doesn't have an allocation.
Commissioner Shaver.
I understand that it's just $5,000. However, that was $25,000 that was not budgeted to that. This was a request that we received because that large vehicle was too large to fit inside, and so it was a amendment, budget amendment, to be able to move that over. If I remember correctly, Chad deserves the credit for that cost savings. However, it was an originally unbudgeted cost. And so that's why, just to be clear, I'm making that motion to move that money back. It's not taking money away from Chad. This was money that funded an estimate. The costs came in, thankfully, and kudos to you, less than that estimate. I think if there's monies that are needed for other things, it's not that I don't think that Chad does well with money. It's nothing to do with that. It's just, I think it's cleaner if those requests are made and then the board is able to consider those at that time. Thank you.
The funds were prior committed, they're considered committed. As soon as we move these funds to Chad's Public Improvement Fund, these are considered committed funds that cannot be used for anything beyond improvements to the complex here at the courthouse. So in doing this budget amendment, what you are doing is putting it, you are uncommitting these funds from public improvement and putting them to the general fund. I'm just wanting to make that clear.
Any further discussion? Any questions? All right, it's moved and supported. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, thank you.
Just one point of clarification as we're talking about this is, if you look at the same spreadsheet from June last month, I think it stated completed, and so that balance was a little, it was about $4,000 more. That was a mistake on my team's part. It wasn't completed, so we still had the engineering fees. So the $5,472 is the actual savings and balance, and it is completely closed out now.
All right, thank you again, Chad. At this point, before we lose anybody else up here, I think we'll take a 15-minute break and then come back and pick up at item 12. We'll now resume our meeting, and we will pick up where we left off at item number 12, Human Resources Administrator.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, I'm here to report today, we have 10 open positions. 6 of those are reoccurring on that list. And I guess I'd like to take a few moments to have Matt Newberg come up and join me, please. Hi.
So I just wanted to say, we've been having discussions because we've made such progress in the public defender's office. Like, we had our 12-month plan, and well, we're like 6, 7 months into it, and we've checked all the boxes. So Matt and I and Ernest have been having discussions about what's the viability of like a long-term for him staying on with the county, and trying to see if we can find a way to plug with the resources available and like the structure for compensation at the county. And so we haven't been able to make those align, and so we're actually having discussions about like transition planning. I think, you know, in discussions what we've been having, we'll have more of an update at the full board. Is Matt's really focused on making sure the office isn't about him. It's about the office and the work that they do for the community and for the clients. And so he's been a great partner in helping to facilitate discussions of what this can look like. And so first off, I just want to thank you, Matt. Like, you came in at a time where we were desperate for anything over there. And I'm amazed at the progress we've made in 6 months. And I wish we could make it work. Anyway, I'm gonna keep trying. But in the meantime, we will be working on transition plan. But I wanted to thank you for your service, and it's just amazing what you've been able to develop over there. So, yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the opportunity. It was awesome. So, go ahead.
Commissioner Barber.
Yeah, when you came over, you brought a couple of people with you, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Are they gonna stay, or are they leaving also?
So I don't know. These are the conversations I've had with Ben. So we had, since I've started here, we have hired, including myself, I'm going to just count in my head real quick, so give me a second. 9 people. So a majority of those people are full-time employees. And so we had a conversation with the office yesterday. I've met with Ben and Susan for the last couple of weeks, just trying to figure some things out to see if there's things we can do to continue. And we ended up meeting with our office yesterday and having the conversation with them that essentially we're going to start working on a transition planning. And the goal is for me to assist the county and assist the controller's office and HR in finding a replacement for either my position or the deputy position. Rob Palmer's also here under a contract, and he is the deputy. And so that is going to be our focus. We encouraged everybody yesterday in the meeting to not make any personal judgments or decisions based on one person's removal from an office. The reality is, and what I told them yesterday is, the reality is the reason we've had the success that we've had over the last 5 or 6 months is not really because of me. It's because of everybody else that's in there. It's because of the controller's office. It's because of facilities, the sheriff's department, the courts, and all of those people are staying. And so the office should continue to operate in that manner. We have the systems and processes in place for it to run. Everybody that is an administrative role has laid out their daily duties so that if someone does leave on vacation or is sick, we know where we need to pick up. So from a communication perspective and the ability for the office to continue to run, that should continue without me. But I can't tell you if people are going to choose to stay or to leave. I am encouraging everyone to stay. The county, the indigent, I said to them yesterday, the people that are the most vulnerable in our criminal justice system are the indigent defendants. And they need great representation. And they need representation at a high level. And what the office has demonstrated is that the people over there are capable of doing that at a very high level. And so I have encouraged everyone to continue on that path. And frankly, I'm going to be involved one way or another. I was just talking to two assistant PDs out there. If, you know, if somebody, and I mentioned this to Ben, if somebody calls me, I'm picking up the phone, right? Like I'm not going to be here every day, but I'm not going to wash my hands of it either. There's services that this county needs there to provide indigent defendants mental health services, rehabilitative services. The juvenile system needs a mentorship program, and these are all things that I am going to continue carrying forward in conjunction with the county. And I had mentioned that to Ben too. So my goal is for everyone to stay. I didn't take a poll and say, hey, I'm leaving, who's leaving? Because that's not the goal. The job will be accomplished when the office continues to run, when there is removal of people there. And so that's the goal.
Yeah, I understand, but I thought when you came on board, you brought admin personnel from your own firm to the county with you.
Correct. So there's two people that came with me from the county. Those individuals are staying past my date. So Ben and I, part of the strategy that we have tried to implement, I didn't mean to be that long-winded. Part of the strategy that we have tried to implement in discussing my departure is to not have everybody's contract come due at the same time, because that will put the county in a position that is not going to be sustainable from a PD's office perspective. So I am best situated to step away first, and can provide whatever oversight I need to provide through a transition, which I've committed to Ben about. And then Kathy, who is the office administrator, is meeting with Ben, I think at some point either today or tomorrow, but she is going to be staying past my date. And then Lindsay, who is our discovery coordinator, is going to also be staying, you know, past my date. And I've had some private conversations with her. She is probably the most valuable, I don't mean this if anybody else is watching from my office, but she is the person that gets us everything we need when we need it. She's the facilitator with the prosecutor's office and the sheriff's department. And what she does is crucial. So I wanted, and then Kathy also is the conduit between me and MIDC. Kathy knows all of the reporting requirements. She does all of the quarterly reports, all of the lawyer case count reports. She works with MIDC hand in hand. So between the two of them, it is important for them to stick around and help with whatever we need help with from that side of it. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions for Matt? Well, thanks for the good news, Matt.
Thanks for the opportunity. Really, I said to Ben, I think I said it to you guys, I did say, I won't be long-winded, then Susan can stand back up. This is by far the greatest accomplishment I'm probably ever gonna have professionally, and I've done some really cool stuff. So that is not possible without each one of you here, and then the Board of Commissioners, and Ben and Connie. So the better compliment is going to be when that office continues to run the way that it is without me there. And I have faith that that is going to happen. So, thank you.
Thank you, Matt. All right, well, welcome back, Sue.
Okay.
We would just add that to the recommended positions. It's not on there, but authorizing to move forward with the plan to try and fill the chief public defender.
So I have 4 positions that I'm recommending for reauthorization, and that is why, as Ben said, we brought Matt up. So one is for a chief public defender. The other is for a human resources and benefits specialist. Third is a recreation and events coordinator for Parks and Rec. And then the fourth is for an emergency management manager for Central Dispatch.
And we talked about that one at Public Safety, but mentioned it here because we had just promoted Ella into that role less than a month ago. Unfortunately, I think she already had some seeds out in the field, and one of them came back with an offer that was too attractive for her not to pass up. So she's given her 2-week notice. So something that we'll need actionable too is authorizing Kelly as the interim emergency management coordinator on behalf of the county. We'll have to actually do that through a proper resolution. So we'll ask that that gets moved to the full board so that we can have that in place. But we'd like to start by filling that once we have an emergency manager, then post the emergency specialist, because we really don't want to hire the specialist before we have a manager. So that prior position has already been authorized, but we'd like to get the manager first.
I'll move the resolution that you requested to name Kelly as the
Thank you.
acting emergency manager.
Support.
All right, any other questions, concerns about positions? Any questions specifically to moving Kelly's duties? All right, moved and supported. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right.
Yes. No, I think that was just Kelly's position.
This Kelly.
Yeah. I'll make a motion to, for the 4 open positions to relisting.
Support.
Moved and supported. Okay, Sue, you said the Parks position. What was that one again?
Recreation and events coordinator.
I thought we had someone in that position.
We have someone who, we had posted that position, and we had started actively interviewing for that position, but we need to get the formal approval. The previous events coordinator did resign.
All right, okay, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Wright?
Okay, the benefit person, is the benefit person that we have now not gonna continue with us?
Correct. Andrea's last day is today.
Oh, I better run into the office. I just.
Yeah,
been there
please
a couple
do.
days ago. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Free this afternoon.
Apologies, there was one other resignation, or there was one other personnel event in Parks, so the administrative assistant is also posted, so my apologies, we would be amending to add a 5th. Didn't occur to me that, yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, I'll amend it to include that 5th position.
And Jeannie, you still support?
I still support.
All right, Commissioner Moudry?
I'm going to backstep a little bit here. The position update sheet here, now these are all budgeted approved positions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, this is just reauthorizing existing FTEs that just became vacant over the period.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right, all those in favor of the amended resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay. Next up.
Next up is technology services restructure, unless anything else.
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thanks, Susan.
Good morning again, Eric.
Good morning.
So I'll head in. We've discussed this. It was forwarded to the consultant. We heard back, and their evaluation of what they believe the changes would be aligned with what the department was thinking as well. So you have before you, this was the idea of including a new position as a help desk manager, moving our technical service specialist up to a procurement specialist, and then upgrading one of our field service technicians to an applications administrator. Came in 10 for the applications administrator, grade 11 for the help desk manager, and then 7 for the procurement and technical specialists. So those are before you. Melissa did go through and do the math. If we were to implement, like say today, so we can move forward, it'd be partial because we're in the middle of the fiscal year. So she has those numbers. I will note, Eric is a network admin that's been vacant all year, so he does have significant position savings for the year. And we are in the process of negotiating about a $200,000 contract with the health department. While this structural change, I don't think is tied to that, I just want to acknowledge that if we continue with that long-term contract, we won't have a wind down of that revenue from the health department. But I'll let you speak kind of any questions that they have, and then Melissa's available for the costs if you guys want to talk about it.
Any questions for Eric? All right, seeing none. Any questions for Melissa?
Support.
Moved and supported. You mentioned the $200,000 contract with the health department. To be clear, that is revenue coming to the county for services rendered.
Is correct, yep. And where we're at with that is essentially, it was asked to add an indemnification clause as well as some HIPAA privacy protection, which has always existed to some level, although it's never been spelt out. So this will be the first time we actually do a contract with the health department where we lay that out. Currently, that is with counsel. Once I get it back from our attorney, it needs to go to MMRMA, which is our insurance carrier, because they have final say on liability. But administration currently, we're not looking to take on liability apart from like an egregious, anyway. So we're finalizing that. Once we have agreement on those portions, we would bring that back for consideration for the full board.
And that contract is expected to run for what time period?
I think we were discussing 3 years. And then each year we would evaluate the cost, so it wouldn't be a fixed rate over the term.
At $200,000 per year,
Correct. It's some change, but yep.
plus or minus administrative fees.
Includes admin fee, includes an on-call spot, so there'd be on-call pay for whoever is staffing. And then it includes, I want to say close to $3,000 for Chad, since he runs the door card access every time they get a new hire or need to deactivate because they're terminating someone, and that reader system. So those are some changes that we haven't had in the past that I think are more representative of what it actually costs us to provide the service.
All right. Any other questions? Commissioner Shaver?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Melissa, I'm in support of this. I think that IT is the backbone really of what's happening in so many different ways here at the county. But can you walk us through what the costs are going to be in addition for the rest of this budget year, and then what will be reflected into the new budget that we're working on? Thank you.
So right now, for the new position for the help desk manager, I'm estimating about $35,000 between wages and fringes. For that position, we will have to budget that at full health insurance just in case somebody chooses to take family coverage. For the procurement, that cost total change would be approximately between $2,500 and $3,000 for the remainder of the year. That's pay and fringes. And then for the application administrator, the change on that one would be approximately $3,500, again, pay and fringes. There will be some one-time costs associated with that. They'll need computer, that sort of thing. I don't know exactly what that would be. Again, all of this can be done with position savings from the open and network administrator position. For next year's budget, you're looking at a total change, the biggest change being the new position. That's between wages and fringes is just over $150,000 annually. To be conservative, I would say probably closer to $155,000. The other two positions, the procurement would be about $10,000, and then the application administrator would be about $15,000.
Just under $200,000.
Correct.
questions?
Um,
Commissioner Rick?
by adding and rearranging like this, I just was wondering in your office, I know one is off, not able to take up square feet in your office, but do all these people get space over there? Because I don't see you have that big an office.
So part of what Melissa talked about with one time, we were just having this discussion, and we need to have it with Eric and with Chad both, but like probably at least 35,000 to work with so they can maximize the space that they have, which may mean reconfiguring some of their cubicle space. Eric already uses work from home kind of strategically, and so I think that's part of what he has to evaluate. And then different scheduling pieces, so maybe you have staff that share space, so it's not like your office where, you know, you come in and it's custom with their family, so your next coworker doesn't come and have to stare at your wife and kids all day. It's just a different way of structuring the work, so I think those will be discussions we'll have to have. Because we don't know, right now, we're thinking 35,000, but I'd like to talk to them. A final budget amendment at the full board, we'd come and explain what that would actually be, since that's the only question mark we have right now.
Okay. So you were thinking what I was thinking on
Absolutely.
this.
And if I
Thank
wasn't,
you.
I know Eric is.
No, Chad and I have actually been working on that for
Okay.
the last, 30 days of coming up with a plan and working internally with staff of, doing different, sharing and utilizing remote work that you've approved and, sharing office spaces. We'll make this work, but the goal is try to use the position savings from that vacant position that we have. That way we don't have to come back and ask for, additional funding for this.
Yes, and I agree with Commissioner Shaver that if we do anything here, we have to protect technology needs of today, 2026 and forward. We can't go back to 2010 operations.
Well, I appreciate the continued support.
Any other questions, comments? All right, we have a motion and support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you, Eric.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Eric.
Item C, Drain Office Department Restructure Request. I think I saw Marcus, there he is. Good morning, Marcus.
Almost had to say good afternoon.
Well, not yet.
We had to take a lunch break for that, right? Good morning, everyone. In case anybody's not up to speed on what's going on, I came last month and discussed the department savings over a 2-year timeframe of year one being 25% savings on our contractual services that we currently use, and year two being a 40% savings on those same services in the event that we were granted approval for restructuring to create a new position for an office manager. I believe the documents were sent out to the third party to check the wages on that, and I haven't seen that report, but I know it's in the packet. I did see that online.
So it came in as grade 6. When we did the cost estimate, we didn't, so Melissa has those figures available for us as well, so we can go through it. Just note, while it's very likely, if approved, an internal candidate would probably get promoted into it, we ran it as a new position. So it's at full health insurance, so it's kind of the full rate, but very likely, I would imagine that's how the drain commissioner would be doing it. Dina would, or the current person, that's the administrative assistant, would promote up, and then we would post to backfill the administrative assistant, but correct. So I'm sure you want to go into the costs?
I can. So the costs for the remainder of this year for the new position would be approximately $31,000 between wages and fringes. Again, this one would have some one-time costs, not quite as substantial as the tech services costs, but I would estimate probably conservatively 15,000, if that's appropriate. And then for next fiscal year, the cost would be between 115,000 and 120,000. Again, this is based on full family coverage, understanding that an internal candidate would possibly end up getting appointed, but we would then have to hire the subsequent employee.
Commissioner Shaver.
Go ahead. You had a motion.
Moved and supported.
So
Now,
my
Commissioner-
question is related to, I remember there was some cost savings that was to be expected from this because of contracted things. And I would also like somebody to address what changes, there's already some potential changes that are going to happen if the board would decide to move soil erosion control from the Drain Commission and put it somewhere else. We're kind of in the middle of that. So what does that do to what's being requested here? Because I don't like seeing changes having to happen month by month. Are we better off to wait on this to see if those soil erosion changes are going to happen, or is there going to be enough cost savings to warrant this?
No, I think, yeah, if you want to go like.
Sure. So Ben and I have talked about this, and when we worked through the restructuring process, we included the soil erosion in the job description for my position, but it was also put in there in effect that it could be removed if needed be. It's not going to affect the day-to-day of job responsibilities for the people that are currently in the office, or adding a new position that wouldn't create a vacancy where there's someone just sitting there with nothing to do. There are plenty of tasks that are being done that are actually being contracted out that would be able to bring back in and keep an additional person in the office very well busy.
So is the intention then from the budget to take this money away from contract positions or costs, and then so this is just really a reallocation of funds? It's not any new funds?
Well, it's going to be close. So the model that we had talked about, and Melissa's getting ready to touch in the sense that we're not doing a transfer between line items, because the way invoicing and expenses work through the drain office, it's a little bit different. So the forecast for year one savings was $52,612 for having an office manager, 25% of what they contract out. For year two, it was a 40% because they're building up their know-with-all and they're able to take over that, would have been 84,000. When compared to this position, that'd be a general fund of 61,421, general fund in year two of 29,853. In this moment, it may not pay for itself, but as time goes on, you are building the capacity of the department to do more. So I don't know if it will ever perfectly break even, but it will reduce our reliance on contractors. And at the end of the day, if they have to do the contractors, those all go out as assessments. So whether it's the general fund or it does get, yeah.
I appreciate that. Are those calculations based on the idea that the drain commission department continues to do soil erosion and sedimentation control, or are those estimations going to move once, that would be potentially taken out of that department?
Yeah, when you all make the decision of how to do that, so right now, the way it's worked in the drain office is, rather than having a deputy drain commissioner that's a position in an FTE, it's like a hat. So Richard could give it to the soil erosion, he could give it to the pipe inspector, or he could give it to the office administrator, right? He had fluidity in doing that, and it would just be a couple grades over their pay. So the bulk of Marcus's duties are under the soil erosion and then the deputy. So what would happen if soil erosion was taken out? We would have to analyze what work is still on the table. And like he said, that would be taking work back from contractors to complete a full-time position. So if that's the case, you'd want to see another analysis like this. How much would we be saving by retooling Marcus's time or that position's time as a true deputy FTE to just operations in the drain office?
But I'd also like to say the soil erosion program, there's very little contracting services for the soil erosion portion of things, aside from our inspector that we have. And I think the contractual costs on that are average about 15, maybe 20,000 on the high side. I think that's high. I think it's safer to say 13 to 15 for that contractual service.
So what's this going to represent as, you know, in first full year of, and I know Melissa told us some numbers, but what's this going to represent to the taxpayers as a general fund cost to expand that office? Because it sounds like we're never going to realize the full amount of, recoup the full amount of savings from the contracts.
Yeah, so using the estimates that we've been working off of at 114,000 for the full FTE, it would be a 61,421 in year one. And then for year two, using that estimate model where they're growing in capacity, is 29,853.
I will also say, these are costs currently directly paid by the drains. These are not costs direct to the general fund, so it will be an impact and an increase to the general fund costs directly, but you will see a decrease to the drain costs. So the drainage districts themselves will be paying less for those, so indirect costs.
Getting less assessing.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Haskell.
And Melissa, you said that the prediction of how expensive these FTEs are would be made off of like the assumption that they would take the highest form of benefits and stuff like that.
Yes, that is how we budget for every position that's open.
Okay, so there's at least a possibility that the distance between the contractual services and the actual cost of the FTE is closer than.
It's always a possibility, but you can't budget based on
Sure,
that.
yeah, just worth noting, but thank you.
All right, any other questions for Melissa or Marcus? Okay, do we have a motion?
believe we do in a second.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying. I'm still ruminating this change. I'm going over a few things in my head. I'm still, I mean, we've talked about contracted services, and we use Spicer Group for nearly everything, including turn the lights on and off in the office, I think, some days. This will remove them from that kind of thing, so, I mean, how much are we gonna minimize our dependence on those kinds of groups?
So, again, one of the main things we looked at was the assessing portion of things. Right now, this is year 2 for Spicer doing the special assessments for the drain office. And part of the office manager position and the restructuring would be to bring that back in-house and maybe, for the most part, handle all of the basic assessing needs. There's still gonna be the splits and combinations and different parcel reconciliations that need to take place that I'm not saying that wouldn't come back in the office full-time, but that would probably take a little bit more time to get a better grasp on and handle, because that's a little more of a complicated matter to deal with.
Okay. And should this pass, then this will be the operating model from this point into perpetuity? Or are we looking at the possibility of modifying this in a couple of years because we've got a better idea of how this is flowing?
I like the use of drain pun there, Mr. Chair. But yeah, so as hypothetically, like, elections happen, if you have a new drain commissioner come in, they may evaluate and be like, listen, I know that you just established this a couple years ago, but I think functionally it'd make more sense to do this and this and this. So I wouldn't want to say out of turn, take away the authority of a potential future drain commissioner. But with, Richard, I think he's on his 12th year, right?
Yeah.
I would say this is very likely, I don't see him bringing another request back. I think part of this is answering needs in the office today that staff have identified are needed, and there's agreement with the drain commissioner. So if somebody else wants to bring it up, they can, but I would imagine this is a good framework for either Richard's next term or whoever chooses to run and potentially holds that office.
All right. Any other questions? All right, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of this model signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. All right, thank you, Marcus. Do you have anything else to add?
Did you guys hear that Angela secured another $2 million for the bank project?
I have heard that. 2.4 or something, wasn't it?
It was 2 for the bank and it was 1.5 for Carrier Creek.
Oh, okay.
So, more to come on that. That's all the information I have on that at the moment, so. But
It may be coming up in a bullet near you.
Yeah, Logan said he's gonna steal your thunder.
All right, thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
All right,
Marcus.
thank you, Marcus. Okay, on to item D. No, we're not gonna let Logan talk yet.
All right. I
Item D,
will.
retiree health, updated assumptions.
Yep. So we've got a lot of retirement-related stuff. I'm gonna hit the OPEB real quick, which is retirees' health. And then I'll try to go through the MERS stuff quickly to leave space for questions, but I just kind of want to get a chance to pass through it. So for the assumptions, last year was the first year we did it, and we have started this because our auditors identified it as something that we need to do. So we do an annual actuarial valuation each year where they say, how much money do you have set aside to fund this long-term liability? Is it sufficient? And this is how much those funds would cover. Last year, we are waiting on our updated report. Because of how this is funded, we just have to review the assumptions that they're using in the report that they're going to provide and acknowledge that we agree to moving forward with that evaluation. So this is the 2025. I did not have the foresight to include 24, but I printed them there, so they're on your desks, and I'll have the 24, so if residents want to compare. The changes year over year are minimal. They have a level dollar, which is so that they can account for dollars tied to the benefit over, multiple fiscal years at the time value of money. That had a small alteration down. Let's see. Let me get to the right page. Yeah, from 8.9 down to 8.52. And then if you look at like the assumptions of life expectancy, depending on how somebody's age, those moved slightly, which is to be expected as actuarial data updates from year to year. So I request review and motion to move forward with meeting this actuarial obligation.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion on this? So your assumption then, on your assumptions, Ben?
Yeah, the assumptions on
Yes,
assumptions.
when will you come back with the facts on this?
I think we may have the report in time for Waze in August, and I think last year we were 80% funded. Yeah, it was, well, so we changed how we bought. We used to do where we were self-funded, and our assets were not enough, and it was like we were closer to 32% funded, like it was not great. We then switched to where we're doing Medicare Advantage and the premium marketplace, and those plans are negotiated at the federal level, and so the stability on those are significant. We have had a price lock for 3 years. We will be going out to market on that, so I probably would anticipate, not that I want health insurance companies to know the exact number, but I would anticipate that we will probably have a double-digit increase, But we'll try to lock in a multi-year contract with that as well this go around.
So Ben, are we up with our 3 years then? Is that what you're saying that we've agreed to when we switched over to Advantage? And so now we have to develop another 3 years, hopefully?
I think I will try to align it so that it's the same time as when we go out for our annual bid analysis. Because we made the Medicare Advantage change in the middle of a year and we had the opportunity to lock in the 3-year, we took it, but it pushed us off the cycle where we do RFPs for dental, vision, health all at once. So yes to getting a new multi-year, but I'll probably try to time it so that it's with everything else. Because right now it's like smack dab in the middle.
So, but when is our 3-year actually done?
I think we have another year and a half. No?
Oh.
The Medicare Advantage. Yes, yes. The other stuff, I think we have a year and a half left before we have to go out for RFP on everything.
So Ben, January 2027 is in 6 months. So how are you going to make it so that it's all together at the same time?
So we would just, either we change how we do our RFP on everything else, or instead of going for a 3-year contract, I go for a 2-year contract on the Medicare Advantage to sync it up.
Okay. I mean, I just didn't know what your plan was because I'm counting. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah.
I got it.
Try to do whatever makes the most fiscal sense. If it makes fiscal sense to do another 3-year contract, I'll do that too. And then we just deal with one of our benefit groups being off sync from everything else.
Okay. Because you're going to have a 6-month gap between our current employees and our retirees if they're January 2027.
No, it'd be just bridging for purposes of how we go out to request for proposal on it. It's not a change to the benefits at all. It's just in how when we time our procurement of updated agreements.
I mean, it makes.
I believe there's a 1-year delay.
Oh.
I think that's what it is, Gina.
You see what what I can't see here?
Yeah, so I believe that we would be doing a 1-year Medicare Advantage.
Okay.
And then the next year, we would be doing 3 years for all of it.
For everybody, okay.
Yes.
Whatever it is, we will bring it back to Ways and Means, so you'll get to see it before it's agreed upon.
I sent you also an email on something from a couple of your employees.
Oh, related to dental?
Yes.
Yep, yep. We have had very consistent dental coverage, and that it has not changed in a long time, so.
I know.
Yep.
You're not bragging about
Nope, I'm just stating facts.
that. All right, so then you need us to do what, Ben?
Just move the resolution acknowledging that you've reviewed them and agree with moving forward with our vendor
To the full board?
Yep.
Okay. Do we have a motion, second? Yeah, I'm just validating that. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. MERS annual valuation.
So there's the total report, which I think is about 120 pages or 100 and whatever it is. I have gone through and dissected it, and I've been building this model over the last few years, little by little. So the first page, you're going to recognize some of these because I presented a smaller snapshot last year. It just shows you the prior 10-year performance for how many assets we have, what is our accrued liability, what's our unfunded accrued liability, UAL, which commonly is the difference between your assets to what you are obligated to provide. That's where you get your funded ratio, is you divide your assets over your liability, and that's your percent funded, right? So the good news is with the work that you all put through and the decisions you made with changing services, how you commit your funds, if you have surplus funds like Commissioner Barba did earlier with the 500,000 and you all moved, that pushed the needle from a 60% funded up to 64% funded. So that's the single biggest year change over the last 10 years. that you have, with the exception of from 2020 to 2021. But I believe there was a big investment earning that year. I've got a different chart that I'll show you why there was a jump there. So we'll continue to build on that, but wanted you to see. And then previously, questions have been asked about administrative expenses. What do we pay to have MERS administer? So you have the fees as a percent of the total assets. So you can kind of compare that with what you pay on your personal investment accounts. So, all right, and then you have a 10-year summary of the changes for required and additional contributions, kind of building in a theme here. I just wanted you to be able to see from 2016 to 2025 what the required contributions. A portion of that is for benefit payments to retirees, and a portion of that is to try to help the county catch up. So as you see that it's increased over the last 10 years by 156%, 4.4 million, know that a portion of that is trying to build momentum to fully fund us. The additional contributions, largely flat over that same 10-year period. 2017, there is a $4 million. That actually included funds from a settlement, so some of those were paid related to a settlement term that we had due to a poor evaluation we received in the bargaining process. But those funds went directly into our pension system. And I used it even though it's an outlier. So the 10-year average of what additional contributions have been is 1.1 million. Last year's commitment through the Delta contract and what we made as outlined in table 4.1 was a 354% increase from what it had been in the past. Not counting the 500,000 that was moved today, what was already in the forecasted budget and the unassigned use of fund balance that's been proposed. I was estimating that next year's contributions would be 280% greater than our 10-year average for the additional. I'll move forward, and it outlines like how the Windsor contract and the admin revenue from those police service agreements and how those funds are being allocated to help us catch up. Any questions before I move on to this big table?
Commissioner Haskell.
Considering the investments we made, specifically with the Delta contract, were you expecting us to be higher than 64% funded, or I kind of thought we were hoping that we'd be a little bit north of that last year, but
I mean, there's like the personal hopes and dreams,
Sure.
and then there's I did go back and do a 5-year analysis, and to be honest, I thought we'd be at 64, but I did not want to share my analysis until I got the actual.
Okay.
But there are things that impact your actuarial growth in terms of the liability growth, and so some of it has to do with market performance, demographic shifts, which we have no control over that. That's just a natural part of a process. So I think it was a good start, and we will continue to build on it. The breaking point where I think we'll really start having the big improvements, I'll show on another table, but
Sure.
It's the investment income that we're working towards.
Commissioner Shaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. So our total unfunded liability is 73 million, is that what I saw?
Yep, 73.
73, almost 74 million?
Correct. Well, our accrued liability is the 204, but the not secured by assets, you are correct, is the 73.
Okay, and so are we paying interest on the unfunded liability? Like, or is there a penalty, I guess is what I'm saying, on having unfunded liability?
No, it's a good question. The closest thing to a penalty is like what we're in right now. So MERS uses a smoothing, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit, where they're saying 60%, but if you remember, our auditor said we were 59, and the state uses the auditor's method of valuing your assets. So we did have to submit a corrective action plan to the state of Michigan, where they say, listen, you're below 60, according to PA 202, thank you. You have to have a corrective action plan. So we outlined what we have done with the Delta contract, the Windsor contract, and we laid all this out and submitted it. But it's not a punitive. It's at some point, if you're not making progress, the state gets more involved. But they did accept our action plan, I believe, and we are currently already above the 60% mark.
So there's not a financial penalty?
There's not. The penalty is that while you're there, your required contributions will go up. So for instance, if you stay the course and make your minimum payment, the penalty is that your required portion will continue to balloon to where you don't have control over how you're trying to get to 100% funded. So it's not like a penalty paid to a third party, it's just your obligation increases out of your control.
Understand, thank you. So, is 100% the tipping point? Do we have to get to 100% to be able to, we're looking at people's ability to receive services from the county and/or do business with the county. Where, are you going to address that tipping?
Absolutely, yep. I'll get to it. It's a little bit further down, so.
Okay, great. So do you have an expression of the value of these extra dollars that were spent in this last year, as far as like, can those be expressed in a cost savings to the taxpayers, in a future reference?
I do have something on the last page where I show how the improvement overall impacted the various groups. So, so for instance, when you have pools of employee, the funds paid on behalf of that group and by those employees have to pool with, so like the sheriff's department, maintenance, they have their own pools of money. So, so dollars put to one group affects their funded ratio. Anyway, and that translates into what do we have to pay for every dollar of wages to fund that pension. So I've, on the last slides, or the last couple of pages.
Sorry to ask preemptive questions.
No,
I'm
it's
just
good.
Very interested. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Commissioner Barber?
Thank you, Chair. I might have missed it, but do we have a breakdown of percentages of our retirees, what age groups they are in?
Yeah, let me see what page that's on. It's not in my staff analysis, but the full MERS evaluation does go into like demographic details.
So, okay, all right, then I'll find it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, comments? So this is just information for us.
Yeah, I don't think, Melissa, we don't necessarily have to like formally adopt these. Yeah, it's just, yep. And then we did schedule Marnie, our regional rep, with regional service manager to come in August, Ways and Means, to do a presentation, and you guys can ask her questions that might be more MERS than staff.
Start writing your questions down. Commissioner Haskell?
Yeah, I know that we don't have action on this, but I think it might be good, just, Ben, to have your summary reported out to the full board as well.
Yeah.
Because at some point in time, we're going to have to, as a group, vote on the budget as a whole. And this really does play so much of a key point in all the decisions we make here at Ways and Means. So just preemptively educating people that aren't on this committee, I think would be great.
I don't disagree at all. And Delta, asked if they could get a copy of it too, because they want to look at, because they made a $2 million investment in their police services contract. So for them as well, they're very interested in seeing how we're handling it and the stewardship being expressed by the board with this.
We have how many years to go?
That's actually also on a later table. Okay.
Spoiler alert.
All right, so this just is some of the same columns going back a longer duration of time. The new ones to be looking at is the investment income, and that's based on the valuation of assets, which is different from market value, which I'll explain in a minute. And then you have your benefit payments, and so that's obligated funds that have to go out to support retirees. The easiest way to explain this, and we've been doing it at township meetings, is your benefit payments are sunk costs. Like once somebody retires, you cannot touch their benefit plans, period. Pensions are protected by the state constitution. It's not like that for private sector pensions, but public sectors are. So it's important for the public to understand we have to work around that, period. We've already made changes for active employee plans that have made our plans sustainable going into the future. So really, we are working on catching up. The net transfers and employee refunds, those are like if somebody leaves and cashes out because they weren't 10 years funded or 10 years seniority vested in our pension and they chose to take a payout. That's their business, but then they no longer rest on our books as a potential liability of vesting elsewhere. So, and then you have your valuation of assets, the balance, and then the market value of assets. So I wanted to just show you so you could contrast what those look like, and I'll explain in a moment. And then you also have the rate of return, both for the market and then the rate that's recognized with our actuarial valuation. So the difference with these, so start with the market value of assets versus the actuarial. So if you were to, on the orange, you see that market return has significant fluctuations that it directly plays into the balance of your assets. So if our minimum payment for the required was based on that orange line, you could have a year where earnings were great last year and it looks like, you guys are great, your payment went down 40%, and then next year it would skyrocket, right, and go up 60%. So the actuarial process is splitting those up over a 5-year period. So if you have a 10% year, you don't get all 10% recognized in year one. It's broken up over the next 5 years. And then if you have a loss of 10%, it's broken up over 5 years. It's supposed to add stability to municipal government to be able to make kind of steadier payments. And when you look at the rate of return, like 08 is a really good example. If we were not on the smoothing when that had occurred, that probably would have been on top of what was already a financial crisis for everybody, a back-breaking budget, which was already very difficult. So anyway, that's why the smoothing works, and that's what it's meant to achieve.
Ben,
Yes.
back there in someplace 07, 08, they changed up from a 7-year smoothing to a 5-year smoothing because of the market volatility that they were seeing.
Yep, yep.
So some of those numbers are also based on the old smoothing rate of years.
That's a good point.
Any other questions? All right, Ben, continue.
So this is, as we do this and update this in years to come, where I'm going to be looking for, and so this kind of answers Commissioner Shaver's question. So 100% funded is something I think we have, I think it's 13 years, but I've got a slide at the end that talks about it. And that includes the 5-year extension that we did last budget. But what we're really looking for is today, this red line is the required contributions for benefit payments. So really at its core, we have to be able to make payments to people who have pensions and are collecting them today. That's the red line. Where we want to get to is that we have enough assets set aside that the blue, which is your investment income, covers all of your retiree pension payments. Because at that point, anything that's getting contributed is building above that minimum threshold. So from a cash standpoint, that's what we're working towards, is having enough money set aside that even if it's a subpar year and you only have a 3% rate of return, when some years we have 10 or 8%, if your blue line with a 3% return is above that red, that's really good. We could also get to a place where if it's a bad year and you have a 5% negative return and it goes below, that could be a 1-year thing where the board at that time is like, let's put $2 million into MERS this year because we know last year was a really tough earnings year, right? At that point, you're managing your recovery instead of being on the other side of it. So that blue line is what I'm going to be keeping an eye on over the next few years. And as we put more assets aside, it will only further move us in that direction. So in terms of questions about services and stuff, I'd like to see multiple years of the blue over the red line, and that'd be a good indicator for me. Short of that, I don't feel it's responsible to set an expectation of 2 years or 3 years without seeing the progress playing out. And that's over a 25-year period and then over a 10-year period, just so you can see the variability across. Yep.
And why in figure 4.0 in 2021, how did we get way up in the blue?
So if you go to this table here, under investment income, and you look at the percentage of returns, so using the smoothing factor, right? leading up to 2021, we had probably starting in 2013, the recovery from '08, right? Positive, 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 slightly negative, positive, positive. So you had a lot of positive catching up. And those were like multiple years. And then in 2023, we had a negative 10%, which was a big hit that's kind of an anchor for us a little bit, right? Because we're now absorbing that 10% each year that goes by. But the market rate of return in 21 was like 17%. So that's where you see the relationship. It's that smoothing playing out over a period of time. So it was like 17 million that we had in investment income that year, which was great, right?
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I right in understanding if we were to use last year, if there would have been about 2 million more put into MERS, that blue line would be where we would have wanted it to be? And I'm not saying that the board could have got there. That's not what I'm just, I don't see anything so far predictive of the future. I know there's no future tellers here, and I understand that this isn't simple math that's in the market. But if we were to understand 25, if there were 2 million more roughly put in 25, we would have started to be at that threshold that we want to be at. Is that
Tell
correct?
you what, I will do that math by Wednesday. But what you're looking for is how many assets would we needed to have had set aside for the rate of return to have equaled that gap?
Yeah. I'm looking at 2025 on the page that's up on the screen right now. And the icrometer I have says that that's about halfway in between 10 million and 15 million. And so 2 million plus just a little bit. I'm looking for, because everything can change, so I'm not looking for an absolutely accurate number. But if the blue was where the red line is, I guess is what I'm asking, that's where we want it, that's where we want to be.
So if the gap is 2 million, hypothetically, then 2 million as 8% of what pool, if we're looking for it to be made up in investments. So I'd have to just, and I can absolutely do it, and I apologize. I'm a little fatigued this fine Friday afternoon, but I will get you the number. I would just need to divide it out and then say, in order to get 2 million in revenue at 8%, I'd need 12 million in cash, if that makes sense. But I can definitely put that together.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, Ben.
This is a historic look back. The full period back to 1983 was in the packet last year, and I updated it showing this present year data. So you do see a jump from 60 to 64, and then I did a shorter period as well, so you could kind of see what that looks like, and how our recovery will play out over the years to come. The orange is the unfunded liability, and the blue is the asset, so that's the gap. And then I just did the red line so that it's really, really clear. That's what 100% funded is going to look like when we get there. This is to the point of how do these decisions translate into budgetary impacts for us as we look forward. So this is starts out by showing what the 2023 actuarial evaluation was by the various groups that we have set up. And this is for every dollar in wages, how much had to get set aside for those employee groups. The next column over shows if we hadn't put 3 million in and then done a amortization of the pension groups, of which the only groups we couldn't do were animal control and dispatch supervisory group because there was not enough funding in them. So MERS did not add 5 years to their amortization schedule. So that's why they're in light blue. So you can kind of see they're almost the control group, right? So if we had not done that, this would have been what we would be paying in the current fiscal year we're working on for 26, 27. But because we did do that, this was the impact of that cash investment and the refinance for the debt. So those rates are already integrated into your budget. What we didn't have and is now upgraded in the model is the following year, which is 2025, using those figures for the budget, after next budget, 26, 27? Yes, 27, 28, I'm sorry. 27, 28. Those represent, we had already done the refinance, so this is just cash payments after the 3 million. And that shook out to about a 4% reduction in the growth rate of the MERS in that year. So for perspective, originally we forecasted that year as a 5% growth. When we ran these figures through our estimate, it reduced that by 4%. And we will continue making this progress, and I'll continue to report out on this so you can see this play out.
Reduced it by 4% or down to 4%?
By 4%. So it only went up 1% from the prior year. And structurally, with the unassigned fund balance, part of what I'm going to do is still aggressively going after like the outlier groups, like the Sheriff's Department soups, the non-soup patrol group, like trying to do impacts, because these percentages don't always equate to conversations on budget. Animal control, because we had 2 FTEs eliminated from it, you notice their minimum payment went up 98 to 98%, right? Well, there's a story behind that percentage. We have one person contributing, which means that MERS is like, you no longer have payroll that's helping you get to 100. You have to make it up with employer contributions. I'd like to get these 2 groups set up on a 5-year extension. So a portion of what I have this year to work with will go for that mission. But as we make progress, if it's 1% in a group that has 48 FTEs, that's significant because it's 48 FTEs that will have a 1% reduction, right? So we're gonna try and get all of our groups to 70, then to 80, like that's the plan that we're working through. And then this last page shows how many years we have. So for the ones that got the 5-year extension, we have 18 years to get to 100% funded. And then I have what their ratio was in 24, what it is in 25, and the percent change by group. And then for the 2 that didn't get extended, you can just see where they were at.
So Ben, I guess I never understood that when you give them a payment that you can designate which groups it goes to.
For the additional contributions, you
Yeah.
can, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But if you can't play with the required, so that'd be, yep.
Okay. So anything that we send extra, we can tell them where we want it placed.
Yep, you are correct.
Thank you.
Just be careful how you word it. Any questions, comments on where we at so far? All right.
I got a question.
Oh, you got a question?
Oh, Commissioner Shaver.
Sorry. Thank you. So would it be possible, and I understand the complexity of these numbers, so I'm not trying to put you in the hot seat. Would it be possible for us to get some simpler math of what it would take, say, by 2030 to get to 80% funded? You know, how much money we would need to put in out of the next several budgets to be able to get to that threshold? Is that easy enough math for you to
I understand.
give us
I've been
thoughts on?
grappling with that. And to be honest, like this report took a ton of my time over.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I prefaced it.
Yeah, no, and I do want to continue building on it. So do know, if you go back and look at last year, like this report is way more thorough than it was the prior year. So thinking about what you're talking about, the difficulty that I have without a team of actuaries working on my behalf. So if you look at the MERS report on page 122 of your packet, page 10 of the report, it kind of shows how they break down their expected, and so much of this is driven by investment returns. And so I've been thinking about how would I go about it. I would probably have to adopt their assumptions because they have far more sophisticated modeling than I do. But you can see like a 4.79% return, the valuation of assets, and then on the next page, they break it down over the next, 5 years of estimate. And your actuarial liability jumps significantly just from a percent change on it. And so typically when I try to do forecasts, like my personal finances, I like to expect, oh, you're gonna have a downturn here. Typically, you've got 2 crap years, then you have an uptick, and maybe you get like 2 or 3, and you could look at historic to kind of try to formulate that a bit. I do not have a model like that yet, but I have been thinking about how to try to put it. The danger is I just don't want to give something that someone says, you told me you'd be done by this date.
No, that's
I'm
not what
able
I'm
to read
interested
it.
in
I know
either.
you're not. I know you're not. But this stuff is complicated, so if someone turns to the last page and sees that, that's always my fear.
I understand how complicated it is, and I understand in part that I don't understand how complicated it is, if you want me to be honest. I'll admit that, but at the end of the day, I think there's a certain amount of will among the board to want to get to a point where we can restore some services. I know it's not just going to affect my district. It's going to affect every district. It's going to affect those that are contracting services and those that can't afford it, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think if we understood and when I say in a general sense, I understand that you can't predict what the market's going to do. No, nobody can. But we could have some estimations based on market predictions that if the market did what was predicted, this is where we would be by, and I'm just using 2030 as a measure, this is where we would be by 2030, and this is what we would need to get to, based on those estimations, this is where we would need to get to. I mean, this is how people invest into their retirements. So I'm hoping, I'm looking for some estimations like that. I know that if the public saw them, they would need to understand that they were estimations. I have no problem with that.
Bold and red at the
Yeah,
top.
yeah, you can do it. You can do it however you want, but really that's what I'm going to be looking to see as we continue in the budget process, because I know that we're in a lot of pain now. But I want to make sure that the pain that we're going through it bears fruit. It justifies in the future. And I want the public to be able to see that. And I also want them to see that going without certain things now is going to bring us to a point where my kids and my grandkids in the future are able to reap the benefits of this. So I thank you in advance for helping us get to that point in understanding the obligation. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any other questions? All right, Ben.
Okay, so I think that's it for MERS.
Sure.
Yeah. Until next month.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be able to, well, I'll have the gap for sure. And then in terms of like trying to come up with an actuarial model like we were just talking about, I will definitely try.
I would call it a forecast. I don't know if that's the right word, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the weather, man, right? They do the best they can. That's all I'm asking for you to do.
Yeah. Well, and I'll whatever I'm able to put together, I'll have all the caveats that I will go through. So that
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
So if anybody watches at home, they know.
Guys, I want to tell you something. Our controller has given us more detail here than almost any place I've been around since 2025 or 2005. So these are more details if you're trying to follow what our situation is here financially. We do have information that's very valuable.
I'm thankful.
Yes.
But I'm still going to ask.
Well, yeah, you can still, because they're going to keep coming up no matter what we do. So that's how we learn. I'm okay.
Commissioner Shaver, we'd be worried if you weren't asking.
He's our axon to the controller's office evidence, so.
So this next one, yeah, thank you. So we are evaluating different things operationally here at the county, and we had amended our hours of operations back when we were in the process of doing significant budget cuts and people weren't filling positions, and so we had a very high vacancy rating because nobody knew what the outcome of the budget was going to be. And we had closed on Fridays, did a late start and a late start by 30 minutes, and then closed early by 30 minutes on the other 4 days and closed for lunch. I've been in discussion with elected offices and with department heads. Now that we've stabilized what our staffing levels are, I am proposing that we reopen the office on Friday. I will note for the courts, they were still open on Fridays, even through this process. So this is largely going to be an impact for the administrative wing. I'm speaking with departments. There was no opposition to doing this. I think, one, it's something that we can give because we found a path through back to the community and being available 5 days a week instead of the 4. We will still keep the 30-minute late and the 30-minute close. That 30-minute close at 4:30 actually helps reduce overtime, so we don't have somebody come in right at the end and potentially drive up expense, and close for lunches. But that is the proposal and recommendation of myself, the electeds, and then our administrative leadership team.
Support.
Okay, moved and supported. Any other questions or comments, discussion? So we're just adding an open day to the courthouse administrative wing. The hours aren't going to change.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Commissioner Barber.
I would add to my motion that our comms vigorously puts that out and pushes that so the population knows.
Oh, good point. August 1st would be our green light date, and we will be pushing it out. We'll put, like we did when we made the change, we'll put it up all over the place so anybody comes in, they will see it on every door. And we'll, social, newsletter, you name it.
Can you,
Commissioner, right.
also, Logan, can you send this to each township supervisor so that they can read it into their minutes when they have their meetings?
Yeah, it'll go to all local units.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you. Turning the page. We're now on item 13, Public and Governmental Affairs Director.
Mr. Chair.
Welcome to the meeting.
Yeah, happy to be here. I'll be very quick today, just a couple of quick updates. The usual Clarity, Audio Eye, and Meta reports are in your packet. No significant changes other than an uptick in engagement as expected, and I talked about last month. One thing I did want to flag on our website here a bit is I've noticed that browsers are struggling to respond to some of our pages that have heavy content variety. So whether that's a lot of links, imagery, whatever it might be, in a very big way, especially with like facilities pages, some of the court pages, you should be seeing an INP, which is an interaction to next point of 200 milliseconds or less. So that means if you click one thing on that page, it should take 200 milliseconds or less to get to where you need to go. Some of our pages we're looking at 2.8 thousand. I mean, it's or 2,800 milliseconds essentially. Trying to figure out what that means, and a lot of it I think has to do with how historically we've structured some of these sites and pages, especially those content-heavy ones where you have to make a payment or download something specific via the courts or within facilities. There's a lot of the facilities' older pages that haven't been updated in a long time that tie into our parks pages, which haven't been updated in a long time, which brings to that Parks Director Jacobs and I have been working on overhauling his webpage as well as Civic Rec to make it easier and simpler and update how residents are engaging with that, because I think a lot of that issue is stemming from some of these loading errors that we're getting. Any questions on the website? And I apologize about my voice.
Commissioner Barber.
Thank you, Chair. What about the millage calculators?
What specifically?
I mean, are you seeing an increase? I mean, what's the number of, usages of that?
Yeah.
Since last month?
I'll have to go look through the actually pull that specific data point out, but to be honest, a lot of that interaction, like social media, you saw huge spikes, but it's not necessarily people accessing the millage calculators as much as you would expect from like the tax limitation stuff and the other ones that we used to do. And I think part of that has to do with these millage renewal restorations are known quantities for the most part. Juvenile millage, maybe not so much. So you would like to see that uptick. That's a good point.
Well, I mean, my point is if we're using that as a, I don't want to say advertisement, but we're using that as a focal point of our campaign to get information out there, and people aren't using it, well, then next time we probably got to figure some other different way, right?
Yep, we're seeing more interaction on the FAQ and question submission part of it.
Logan, don't you think once we get to the November election that that's going to spike back up?
It could. We're not, obviously, E-Tran and road is separate from us, but we do have the tax calculators specifically for those. And so you might, I've already had a lot of great conversations with local units around, they've been sharing out the tax calculators and they want to do the same in November. So you're right, those are less renew, restore for 911. I mean, this is a road replacement millage. This is a renewal for E-Tran, so I'm not sure what it's going to fall or how loud they're going to be communication-wise.
Any other questions for Logan?
Last update here, as was mentioned earlier, is appropriations update. Through the state budget, looks like the governor has not signed this yet, but we're getting $2 million of our $10 million ask for bank intercounty drain through Angela Whitwer's office and Senator Anthony. The animal control shelter request to the state and our other applications did not go through at the state level, but we also knew that their budget wasn't as robust as it has been in the past. At the federal level, though, we still have $1 million for bank intercounty drain up and going through subcommittee process, as well as $1.375 for an animal control shelter through a rural facilities grant. With the federal nexus on that being looking very good, it's hard to argue against that unless they just don't have the funds. So hopefully we will hear more about that and we don't have another situation like last year with the federal budget. And then, as Eric had mentioned in his report, the notice of funding for the security funding through the DOJ is out, and so that's been a bulk of my time as of late, working with Chad, Eric, Melissa as well, and we're actually able to use this as an opportunity to build some more redundancies within the controller's office in terms of filling out the SF-424 and other specific forms on federal grants. We can kind of bring a lot of the team in, train everybody up, and so that we have that built in, where in the past it would be 1 a.m. that Melissa's trying to get these things submitted. So we're anxious to get that going. It's been a slow process. I know, like, every month I come here and just say, we don't know yet, we don't know where it's coming from. It did move a couple of times, but it's out there now, so by the end of next week, they'll officially have everything from us so we can actually build out grant terms for that funding. And a lot of those projects, other than some of the cybersecurity ones, should be very quick implementation, so we should be able to expend those quickly.
Hats off to the team that you're building.
Okay, any other questions for Ben?
I'll just add one thing to that. The estimate, because we have a $2.5 million Eagle grant that we're currently in the process. The estimate of what that's going to mean in terms, like, for the county, because we had a portion for that project, is about $250,000 back. That comes in as bond money that has to be used for capital improvements. So I've already let Chad know that once we're finished with all the construction allocation pieces, that's reality. He's got some additional money, or we refund it if we end up not needing it for facilities, but I have a feeling we will.
One more, sorry.
Commissioner Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the monies that are coming in for the drain projects, there are multiple different sources, multiple different times. I'm curious for the residents in the area, how do they see the savings from that? I'm assuming at some point in time where there's going to be like a reassessment. Do we wait until all the monies are collected, or do you do it at every single chance you get it.
Funny, you should ask. No, we actually have the drain district that will be coming in to do a presentation in August. And I think that will be at the full board, so all commissioners can be available. And they'll also be doing a presentation at Delta, so they'll be able to answer that. It will, it's gonna be kind of on a proportional basis with what they were assessed, so probably the median would be a better than the average, just because the assessments can vary based on the size of your property, how porous your, whatever, you know, if you've got asphalt versus open soil. Anyway, so, yeah, that'll be coming.
Okay, yeah, to me, it just seems like it could be a very confusing process if you keep getting it in chunks at a time.
And
How many times are you gonna redo it, right?
You nailed it. Everybody's dream would be like, if you're all gonna support us over 3 years, could you just do it at one time so we don't have to piecemeal it? But, yeah. The other thing is, I don't believe that it will be like a refinance or anything like that. I think it will just be a reduction in that year is kind of what we've been talking about, with something for people who prepaid, so that we can kind of capture all of that. So we'll discuss that more next month.
Understood, thank you.
Yeah.
On the drain topic and what Commissioner Pro-Wright had said earlier, Carrier Creek did get 1.5 million through Delta Township. I talked to Mary Warland today from Delta. They're still figuring out what that's going to look like and how they're going to utilize it. It's like a drop in the bucket, like any of these are, for the total cost of this project. But that had to do specifically with, I think, sidewalk reconstruction around that. That's at least what she's thinking it's going to play out. But it might end up being administered to MDOT versus the township. So we're waiting on that. But there was funding secured for that project too.
Million's better than no million.
Yeah. And then I will also add, just on the topic of drains, myself, Controller Dawson, Chairman Mott have been working with Senator Anthony and Senator Whitwer's offices on working on amending the drain code, essentially, slowly but surely. And so that has been an interesting little side project we've been working on. I never thought I'd be steeped in those Senate bills about drain. Anyway, if anybody wants to talk about that, we can talk about that in the future.
For what it's worth, Eaton County is known as the county to ask for feedback on bills about drains, so.
Unfortunately, yes.
You're gonna be famous for something.
You've come to the top of the pile.
Any other questions for Logan? I have one, Logan, and I'm not gonna ask you specifically to answer this, but it's in your ballpark. We discussed this yesterday after public safety briefly, that we had some people questioning the Downtown Development Authority language in our millage requests. And it is, well, I'm not gonna try to describe what it is. Who would like to approach that?
That'd be me.
That's Ben's favorite topic.
Yeah, and we have our ballots reviewed by legal counsel, and after it got brought up, I think somebody had said, oh, I've never seen the DDA language on the 911 renew restore. Well, I went back and checked, and it was on the last time it was renewed 5 years ago. And Kelly's like, I used the prior 5-year when I did it the year before. So I could play that game all the way back to 1988 and see when it was amended, but DDAs have tax capture rights through statute. So hypothetically, the language didn't change, but even if it did, it's codifying what exists under state law. Downtown development authorities are tax increment finance districts. We talked about them a couple months ago. We kind of went through the different exemptions that the county does not receive funding for. For folks that saw that meeting and are looking at their ballot, go to that April meeting and overlap, because that's what we were explaining is those tax captures happen before the county gets funded. And so using an example like Grand Ledge or Charlotte, their grandfathered TIFA districts, their downtown development authorities, get any property tax valuation increase over what was set, I think, in 1992. County gets funded at that 1992 rate. Any appreciation above that resides for the local to do business investment and community development funds, and all of our urban centers have those. So anyway, the language from my analysis has not changed, was reviewed by legal counsel, and again, it's just codifying what we're obligated to do by state law.
All right, so if anybody poses that question, direct them to the 3-hour and 30-minute mark on this video. And I've also asked Logan to include that in next month's newsletter.
Will do.
So, but the election's coming up soon, so we want to make sure if that question is I mean, I got it twice yesterday morning, so
I
it's,
had several conversations at the local meetings that I've gone to, whether it was the chambers or township meetings, where every now and again I get a similar question, which I've worked, before I worked at Eaton County, I did several different millage campaigns, and that question almost never comes up, but the people are paying closer attention now.
Yeah, I mean, in Oneida, had a really thoughtful discussion with the resident, and they were suggesting, like, why can't it be that the county gets 20% and they get 80%, like how the corridor improvement up in Delta works, right? And I was like, I'd love that, but the state would have to change the law to make that happen, but I think that'd be more equitable, so at least we're not stuck at 1992 here at the county providing services in 2026, but some DDAs might not like that opinion, so.
that's for a later date.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Ben? All right, thank you, Ben. And we are on to item number 14, Finance Director, Melissa.
Good afternoon.
Rub it in.
I will try to be brief. So a couple of reports for you. The first is our financial report for the month of June. Expenses and revenues are trending exactly as we've anticipated. There are a few budget amendments that I've been trying to get working through. You'll see those later on in the agenda. But for the most part, everything is exactly as we've anticipated for the general fund. So are there any questions?
I don't see any.
Then moving on to the health insurance report. This is for May of 2026. Our active employee group has seen some increased costs compared to prior years. Not outrageous, but that means that we are going to have to continue to monitor this fund. All right. Last but not least is we had our RFP for our audit. We had 3 responses. We are hoping to receive 1 more. So we are actually not going to make a recommendation for that RFP today because of that, so I apologize. While the 3 we received are very competitive, we were hoping to receive 1 final one. So we've reached out on several occasions and hope to hear back before the board meeting.
Any questions for Melissa? Anything else, Melissa?
That concludes this for the moment.
Okay. And on to item 15 then.
Well, I guess that's still me, huh?
She's back.
So budget amendments, there are a few of them this morning, or this afternoon. The first one is we did end up receiving some additional revenue from qualified heavy equipment repair, as well as small business tax exemptions from the state. These revenues, the qualified heavy equipment repair was, or qualified heavy equipment rental, sorry. That was a pass-through from another agency, so we were not anticipating receiving that. We have already included that in for future budget years, however, we need to adjust the current year. Additionally, we did receive money from the Public Safety Trust Fund that was created this last year, so that shows the $150,000 there. And then the Sheriff's Department had a program called iDrop, Intensive Detention Reentry Program, and that program is no longer active, so we have to reduce the revenue that we will likely receive from the state. So that is the $94,500. So all of these changes on this first page will impact our fund balance, whether it be reductions or increases.
Melissa?
Yes, sir.
That iDrop, that's separate and distinct from the RAP program, correct?
That is, those are 2 separate programs. Very similar in nature, but 2 separate programs. And then, so the last two pieces on the second page of the budget amendments, both of these, rather than impacting our fund balance carryover, I'm recommending that we take this from our contingency, which is a little bit different, just so that we can acknowledge that these costs do exist. So the treasurer's office had a little bit of an increase in our banking fees. These are annual fees that we have to pay. So rather than taking it from fund balance, we would be taking it from contingency. And then veterans, we had an employee who changed their health insurance that we did not anticipate. So that necessitates a change as well. So.
Any questions for Melissa?
I'll move up the budget amendments.
Support.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, that is passed. Anything else, Melissa?
That hopefully concludes everything until we get to the bills and the budget.
All right, thank you. Okay. Item 16, policy updates.
Okay, so these two are really connected, but really we should adopt the policy first, and then under the policy, I have a use of unassigned fund balance proposal. We've seen both this policy, and then there are revisions that were made based on discussions that were had, an administrative recommendation. After that, then we can go into proposed use of unassigned fund balance. So if you scroll down, it is redlined, so you can see what language changes were made. We took out a reference to missing middle housing. Not that that's not something in the future won't want to continue discussions, but the thing we will do is if we have capacity, do a work group and come up with a policy framework that we would bring and then talk about if we're going to allocate resources to helping with revenue growth in the county, what they look like, and make sure there's buy-in from a policy standpoint. So that's taken out. And then I added a fee schedule study, so using the unassigned fund balance up to every 5 years, and that would be doing like county-wide fee schedules, which, to be honest, if we weren't looking at a wage study, I'd say this is the next top priority. So wage study and then a county-wide fee study would probably be the next two things on my list as administration. So that is the policy before you.
Any questions? All right. Do we have a motion to accept? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Barber.
I do got a question. If you could scroll back to the last page you were on, the red line page. Hey, so, right here, we got them in order. I mean, they're not numbered, but is that the order in which the administration looks to use the unfunded, the additional fund balance? In that order, you know, like you got capital improvement first, right? Is that your... Are they in order, or are they just on the page as,
You know,
on the page?
they're just on the page. Originally, it was alphabetical, but then when I amended it, I just started at the bottom.
Okay, no, that's just a question, thank you.
Yeah. But personally, like, at least for where we're at, the unfunded liability is up there in terms of like top, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
All right, anybody want to make a motion?
Support.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, so that is out of the way. Now on to item B.
All right, and so this would be, so now we have a policy framework in place that each year will come through and assess unassigned fund balance. So in future years, you would see a recommendation like this as well to talk through. And so this is what it looks like. So for this year, and this was included in the MERS report, of the unassigned 1.799 million, we were setting aside to put to MERS 300,000 towards the retirees' health, 100,000 for a local tax defense fund, which I will note we'll need to develop a policy on how that expansion works, but the intention of it is up to $10,000 in expenses for locals to defend their tax base in $50,000 increments. So if a local has $100,000 worth of expenses and it's approved, they can get 20,000 back to help preserve our existing tax base for commercial and industrial property. But we'll codify that and can't spend money until we have that policy approved. And then the last
Yeah.
piece, yes,
Define locals here, please.
it'd be townships, cities, villages.
Anyone within Eaton County, any
Oh,
municipality.
yeah, just within Eaton County.
All right, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
As much as we'd like to lend a helping hand.
Well,
we're-
no, I mean, it's not exclusive to townships.
No, it would be, because our tax base gets impacted, whether it's a village or a township that loses, say, a fight with a Meyer, and those are permanent reductions, so.
Nothing against Meyer here.
Correct. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to call out any. Generic grocery store chain, yeah. All right. And then 1 million, 1.5 million for compensation study and implementation. And I'll note, we've had this discussion ad nauseum, but I will say, part of the difficulty with retention in the PD's office with Matt is directly related to where our salaries and our pay is at. And even knowing that we're moving forward with the wage study isn't enough right now to clench kind of that retention piece. And I just say that because we've all been living under this for a long time. Prosecutor was still here and sheriff's department's out there. Like, so I just can't say enough. The 1.5 is a step forward so that we can adopt something that makes us more competitive so that we have the confidence that each department is just doing business at the top level and being efficient and nailing what work they're providing to the citizens of Eaton County. So I'd like to request this move forward.
Commissioner Barber.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to strike the word "and." And what?
Compensation, salary study, implementation?
And?
Oh, this extra and?
I want to strike that "and."
I'm good. Yeah, that makes sense. There's an and at the last semicolon, right before the whereas.
It's because it's right before the the last whereas. That's why it's there. It's not because it's adding additional undesignated use. You would have to move the whereas below that. You would have to move that up higher.
If you look, sorry, I'm speaking out of turn.
It's just, anyway, yes, Commissioner Haskell.
Yeah, there's another and at the end of the first whereas. I think it's just a formatting thing, but with the 500,000 that we directed to our unfunded liability earlier in this meeting, is that captured in this 1.799? Because initially that 500,000 was going to go to general fund, right? And then we were going to kind of disseminate it out likely to, unfunded liabilities or other things. So is this, are we 1.799, like, not including that 500,000 now? Is that the?
Yeah, and this is a good discussion to have. So you guys are creating like a two-tier approach of how you look at fund balance. And so this is strictly just unassigned fund balance as determined at our last audit. So it's a snapshot of that. The 500,000 was a next fiscal year budget determination. So from an administrative standpoint, when this gets approved, I can actually send the money to MERS today and make those adjustments prior to 9/30. The 500,000 will get added to the million that's currently in that multi-year forecast we're going to see in a minute, and I'll point it out when we get there. And that will happen after 10/1.
Okay.
But I will do it before 12/31, so it's included in next year's evaluation figures.
All right. So this number is working under our current budget. The 500,000 was the next. Understood. Thank you.
Correct. And then I'll also add, when we get to the multi-year, we'll go down to the bottom where it's fund balance, and essentially we would be allocating 3.7 out of that ending fund balance in the current year. So next time we present that, we'll have pulled that out as allocated. But the 100,000 using the delinquent tax, using the local tax defense fund, if we don't use all of it, it would be part of next year's unassigned discussions again too. So this isn't for most of these, if we end up not using it, it will roll over and be available for next year's determination.
Commissioner Shaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Controller Dawson, could you remind us of that 1.5 million, which part is study and which part is implementation?
I have not done an RFP, but I'm estimating the study would probably be between 200 to 250,000 would be my estimate. Based on a discussion I had with the vendor that did ours last time, it usually shakes out to right now market about $500 per position, if that makes sense. So it's not like you have deputy and you have 48 people. It just, we pay for deputy to be evaluated. So that will be part of this next process. So I'd move forward, if approved, doing an RFP to get estimates on what it would cost, and then also approaching the union groups and saying that we would like, rather than to negotiate wages one-on-one across the board, saying, let's take that out and come up with the salary model to solidify what that cost is gonna be next year.
And so the implementation would not happen until the 27, 28 budget then? Is that what I'm hearing?
It's possible. So we enter union negotiations next year. In a normal world, we're just doing normal timelines. You're looking usually around June or July. If we were able to get a settlement on those, then yeah, we would be looking to implement them on 10/1 of that next year, because that'd be the first year of wages for that.
So rough numbers, you're looking at setting aside 1.25 million for a year and a half from now, year and 3 months from now, whatever that shakes out to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Would it make any better sense to increase the amount of money that we are putting into the unfunded liability, knowing that that's going to,
Have a positive personnel impact.
yeah, have a positive personnel impact more immediately than carrying that over for that lengthy period of time?
It's a good question. I will tell you, I think I'm going to be more likely to have success in bringing the unions into salary study discussions if we have committed funds to say we're serious. Just because the last time we did it, the way we implemented it, it was only on the non-union, but all the unions saw how we implemented it. And so they may not be as willing to work that into the bargaining process if we don't put our money where our mouth is. And that's not the right way of saying it, because putting it to MERS is still committing it towards our personnel cost reduction, right? But I think that empowers me to move forward to address that. This will still continue to earn interest and to grow under the tutelage of the treasurer over that time, so these dollars won't be not working for the benefit of the county.
Understand that.
Yeah.
Would it be appropriate to consider moving a portion of that, reapportioning that a little bit? I understand the need for goodwill, leverage in the negotiations of those contracts. Could it be considered to move a portion of the 1.5 over to the MERS obligation instead of sitting in the account?
It would not be my recommendation. I totally understand where you're coming from. I really think this is a goodwill gesture. It's just, even taking away from it, just know, we've talked about the wage study for so long, and I think this is the commitment that I would like to move forward with. But I absolutely understand what you're saying and why.
Okay, Commissioner Haskell.
Yeah, I think to build on to Ben's point here, I think we've seen staff and department heads kind of come in and ask for us to kind of help provide that that boost and that confidence that we have in our staff. And I think this is a good way of like showing that we're invested in making this a destination place to work, and I'd like to see it under.
One thing you could consider, you do have 5% discretionary built into that fund balance policy. So there can be additional budgetary contributions made to MERS as a group if you look at that 5%, if you wanted to make an extra, say, $500,000. And I have to double check, but I think that'd leave you, give me one moment. I have a complicated password.
And two-factor and.
Super secure.
Mr. Chair?
I think he's in the middle of answering something.
I am sorry.
No comments, but I can.
Thank you for your patience.
It's no longer hi, Mom.
Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so the 5% set aside was $2,038,199. So that is a sum of money that the board does have discretion to use through the budget process, in addition to everything that's already been discussed.
So a motion wouldn't necessarily need to be connected with the approval of this?
Correct, because this is existing out of that, and then you still have, as a board, $2 million that you can decide to work with as part of a 10-1 budget change.
Commissioner Wright.
And because we have that extra 5%, that's because we voted it over the 10%, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So that fund balance, you said we're setting $4 million aside, saying we are 10% of prior year expenses, and then additional 5% for consideration for the board through the budget process. So $4 million for minimum, $2 million over, and then the unassigned is running through this process here. But that $2 million, you all can make decisions on. Yep. And then next year too, if we don't have more than 15%, there just won't be an unassigned fund balance conversation. That 5% will just work out through budget deliberations with the board.
Any other questions? All right, do we have a motion to accept?
I make a motion to accept this resolution as presented.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? There you have it, Ben.
Thank you, everybody.
We are now at item 17 now. Before we proceed, we've got county bills, budget discussion. We expect these to be lengthy because we're now at the 4-hour mark. Present mark accepted, of course. All right, we'll continue on to miscellaneous. Do we have any miscellaneous?
Nope.
All right. All right, county bills and procurement, approval of bills. All right, moved and supported. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, item 19, 26-27, budget discussion.
So before you is the same budget as we've been working off of. Changes of note are the budget amendments that Melissa had talked about, so those are integrated in here, right? So with the, do you want to do this? Okay, okay.
So all budget amendments that have been approved by the board have been integrated into the packet that's in front of you. We have not integrated the funds that were voted today. So that does include the ones for the delinquent tax revolving fund that has not been included. That will be included for your the July 24th meeting. So that will be, an update will be provided at that time. So there's just a few changes that have happened since the end of June. There's been some employee turnover, which has been included in why there's changes in health insurance. I have also removed the Waverly School Resource Officer contract. So there is a reduction in our revenues as well as a reduction in our expenses. That is not many changes when it comes to a budget this large. So, but that is our general fund presentation at the moment.
And then in the multi-year forecast, we took the updated MERS rates for 27, 28, so this column here. So you'll notice that the retirement expenses, with my eyes, what they are right here, only at a 1% growth. Originally, we estimated that at 5, but we now know it's a 1% because of the additional contribution. These we're still forecasting at a 5% growth. Then the changes, they play out here under total expenditures. Then you see change in fund balance. So the 500,000 that was allocated earlier in this meeting will come out of this line right here. So that will be about 600,000 when we revise that. The payment to MERS here will be 1.5. And then any budgetary decisions, like if you use part of that 5% allocation, it's coming out of this amount here. So right now it's 12.2. The unassigned fund balance will come out of that 12 million, and then any additional changes will come out there and get allocated as we just went through. So we'll update the forecast sheet the next time we meet, showing those changes.
Any questions, Commissioner Haskell?
Yeah, I believe at the last meeting, we had a brief presentation and conversation with CMH. And I had kind of asked if there was any, like, kind of sliding scale on if there was more investment from Eaton County. Did we ever get any kind of information back from CMH on?
Confirmation that they received my request, but I will follow up and see.
Okay.
And see if they have materials. To date, I haven't seen them yet.
Okay.
Yep, but I will double check to make sure, have an update for you Wednesday.
Perfect, thank you.
Anyone else with a question? Oh, Commissioner Barber, you're silhouetted in that window, so if you don't have it up wiggling your fingers, I can't see you.
You're glowing.
Thank you, Chair. Going across it, I might be wrong, but I seen under the public safety column, right, I see a reduction in roughly 1.1 million, right, which is offset because there was an increase in the corrections line item, right? So actually, at the end of the day, it's in, because we're talking estimates, right? So it shows like a reduction of, 725 to 800 and some odd thousand in the public safety. I mean, what generated that large of a decrease out of that public safety budget?
Yeah, so that's what we corrected last time. So let me scroll back up.
I understand about, the corrections, right? Because some of them the personnel costs are coming off the millage that's ending, so. But, I mean, still, that's a big influx, right?
So.
A reduction, right? And I'm sort of curious, like, how do we find that much money to reduce out of that portion of the budget?
So when we pulled out these positions here, and I think these add up to what you're talking about, but when we pulled out this general fund here, it still was sticking and counting those FTEs here. So when we corrected it, because we were now counting it as a general fund obligation under this line.
Well, I'm not talking about projections there. I'm talking about, like the budget that we're working. Because I also found that, the courts, it went up, their projections.
So some of it is health insurance changes. So health insurance has made a big change on a lot of departments, depending on whether there's a new position that's newly vacant, or there's a position that's been filled for a long time. Those tend to have the lower cost health insurance versus a new employee coming in with a higher cost health insurance. And then so that's part of it. The other piece of it is retirement costs did go down for, compared to current year. So the percentage rates from MERS went down. So that has impacted it, as well as they actually had less in one-time costs associated with the Sheriff's Administration. So that's where a lot of that is at.
Yeah, that's where a lot of that comes from, is out of Sheriff's Administration.
Yes, that is absolutely true.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money, right?
Yes, it is.
I mean, some people would call that, crazy, that we could, a combination of basically three things, right? Hiring young employees, how well our investments did in MERS, and then some adjustment to the Sheriff's Administration account, and we find $1 million. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say we find $1 million, but it equals $1 million, right?
Yes, it does. But that's, a combination of employee benefits. And when you look at our employee benefits package, that does make a big difference depending on what our employees select.
Sorry, just so I'm clarifying, I think I found, is this the page 230?
I mean, it's going through the whole thing and adding,
No, so, but Sheriff Admin 1.1, that would also include one-time capital expenditures, correct?
No, it does not.
It does not? Okay.
So, I mean, it wasn't just one line item, it wasn't like, I gotta watch how I say, because people on the internet will take me out of context, but, it wasn't like Fund A, and we just cut $1 million out of that. I'm not, I know that's not the case. It was, all right, and then, what'd you say about the courts? How come there is such a large increase in the courts?
The courts, I believe, was largely due to health insurance changes. They did have one new position that was added from the board.
Was that
would've-
because of the clerk's office?
That was the
Quality Assurance Advisor, which, by the way, the state did pass juvenile. I think we have about a year effective to begin integrating juvenile casework into the public defender's office. I was going to mention that at the full board, but so that Quality Assurance Advisor was part of that transition that we needed to do.
Okay. Well, I won't get in it on this meeting. I'll get it in on the next budget meeting.
For you, or for all of the commissioners, would it be helpful to continue providing the full line item budget for all of our funds, not just for the special revenue funds for next meeting? Did you want to?
You're asking me personally?
I'm asking the commissioners. Did
Me
you want to
personally?
see
Yeah,
the
I
general
want it.
fund as well as the remainder of the special revenue funds that have not been reviewed?
Yeah.
Okay. I will make sure that,
You'd like her to provide that? All right,
I will make sure that that is included in your information.
one less hour of sleep. Any other questions for Melissa? All right, seeing none. Is that all you need to tell us on that?
Yes, it is.
Well, golly, look at that. We are now down to our second limited public comment. If you have anything to say, step to the podium, state your name. Nobody's running to the podium, so the next item prior to adjournment is our next meeting, which will be,
All right, we have a special budget meeting on July 24th, and then the next regular business meeting will be August 14th.
okay.
Real quick, Chair, if I may, I have a few people who still have to turn in their vouchers for this month. Mr. Barber, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Holmes, Ms. Pearl Wright, and Mr. Shaber. If you could get those over to payroll, they would be grateful. Thank you.
Ben has mine.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we are adjourned.